Welcome back, Academy. Today's video is going to be something that I've never done before, something different. So, if you've noticed, or if you've observed my past couple lives, I'm back to the metagame, and with that comes very low knowledge of what's common. And so, what I've been doing is I've been recording these really long lives, where I'm pretty much taking you with me through the process of regaining that knowledge. Now, typically how it's supposed to work is that I'm supposed to be, playing pretty much daily, focusing on the processes that are detailed in the Art of War book that's coming up, and, well, not detailed, but referenced in the Art of War book coming up. Somewhat detailed in my previous book, The Art of Competitive Pokemon. And it's going to be very detailed in the upcoming, say the new edition of The Art of Competitive Pokemon, which is called From No One to Rank 1. And that'll be my most comprehensive, detailed book yet, where I'll just, have visuals. The Art of War book has visuals too, but it's going to be tailored specifically to getting you to number 1. So this is literally going to be close to like a ASMR kind of vibe. I need to get my knowledge up, and I need to do the actual process. When I'm recording, I can't do the replay reviews for obvious reason. I can't do what I would typically do. And so I decided, instead of me just doing that off camera, I'll make it as an option in case somebody out there would get value from this, and somebody would like to watch how the process usually goes. That will mean that this won't be super narration heavy. I may narrate just out of habit, the fact that I know that the camera is rolling, but it won't be as talking to you. It'll be more me talking to myself, and it's a fly on the wall. You guys would be the fly on the wall observing the process as I shake off my rust, because I'm rusty. And I've been trying to avoid, and I do this every time, I'm very human. I allow when I left, I was here, and I don't like to accept the fact that I'm rusty, right? And I'm trying to, I can accept the fact that I'm rusty, but I don't want to accept how rusty I am, and the fact that I have to do the resharpening process once again, because the resharpening process is very simple but can be tedious. You want to skip it most of the time, just like any person building any discipline. If you do martial arts, if you do, there are these practice regimens that you prefer to skip, but they're really crucial building blocks to success. And so, just like any other art form, similarly in the mental martial art of competitive Pokemon, we have processes, and I can't do them live, and I'm going to be doing them today. And yeah, and this will be really key for that guy out there that is like, man, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'll never get good at this. I can't manage my timer. I can't seem to break out of this particular part of the ladder. All of that. Now, because I've done this process more than probably anybody on the planet, and I've taught more people how to do this particular process more than anybody else on the planet, that's for sure. I have no emotional reaction to being quote unquote stuck at a particular part of the ladder. My brain just goes, Jam, you need to know, you need to do the process. You're just trying not to do it, and trying to break through the part of the ladder on just sheer memory. But if you want to be sharp, if I want to be sharp, I got to do what I got to do. And so that's going to involve losses, mistakes, and most importantly, replay reviews, because the grapes are built in their replay review. And so if you want to be sharp, sharpen your thinking to where you can think ahead in the future, think in the future several turns ahead is what I meant to say. With Mons and in life, right? Mons is really really good at teaching you how to think critically long term, right? And so we're gonna go over just doing this process, and I'm gonna play real slowly, and it's gonna be again very ASMR like. So Moltres, if I were to look at my opponent's team, does well versus the Hisuian thing and Landers. Beyond that, it doesn't do much. My Iron Defensing Zamazenta only struggles with Dragapult, and even Dragapult might not be an issue depending on the set. So unless it's Iron Defensing Garganical, Terra Fairy, we should be good. My Primarina is very good. He says Jambat, so I know he knows this team, which is useful. Primarina is very good here. My Garganical, very good, except for that Tycon Cuttermon, which we don't do too well versus. Great Tusk doesn't do shit versus that Hisuian Decidueye, I'm sure. And Dragapult is walled by Florges and Garganical, very low value. But my knowledge game isn't high enough yet to where I can scan a team like this. And so I'm going to do very basic game plans. But you must set the game plan, even if you're bad at it, make a decent one. And so the first thing you need to know is your destination, right? After you've done the what can I guard against? I can't guard very well against the Tycon Cuttermon. I can't guard very well against, yeah, that's primarily the biggest threat to me. I can deal with decently everything else. Dragapult's a little annoying. What can't he guard against? Zamazenta. I just need to beat down that Dragapult. So my game plan going into this is getting up the rocks pronto and luring in that Dragapult on a repeated basis until I KO it, or try to sweep him with Primarina. For Primarina to sweep, I need Florges gone or poisoned. Well, not necessarily. I can hyper mystical voice or whatever to stop that, so maybe not that. But yeah, Zamazenta or Primarina, and so Stealth Rocks are going to be a critical component. I can't guard against Dragapult or this, so it's going to be critical for me to make sure that I'm in a very advantageous position early as he opts for the Florges. I could choose to not U-turn to scout out what he's going to do, but considering I'm sure he probably knows my team because he likely watches the videos, I'm going to just go for this. And Garganical's positioning is very good. Very annoying for him to deal with as he psychic voices or psychic noises. That's a common move. So that's this kind of stuff, you know, the data, very critical. Very interesting. Decidueye. This allows for me to so what do I know? What's the purpose of this Decidueye? What does it, what purpose does it serve? As far as my risk versus work, because I could just sulk here, double sulk here. I doubt this thing can 2-hit KO me. These things are usually pretty defensive. I could just recover directly here, but I don't want to face the Tycon Cuttermon. You understand me? So long reach, I think, prevents ice body or whatever that, I mean flame body. So that'll put me in a decent position, and he's scrappy. And so I still have to focus on what conditions I need met. So Moltres would invite in is Garganical, and we want Garganical in. He has knockoff, okay, but the long reach again prevents. So okay, that's useful to know. Even if he were to stay in, it's not very high risk for me. We're gonna U-turn here and allow this Great Tusk to come in. Now Great Tusk is very good, particularly Ice Spinner here, but Stealth Rocks is my best long-term decision regardless of what the opponent does. And so something that I noticed that I've been having challenges with is keeping my eye on the game plan. So he goes hard Dragapult, which could have been really bad for him. Very interesting decision, but keeping my eye directly on the game plan at hand, right? Something that I've been having issues with. And man, okay, so him going hard Dragapult there is really good information, but something I've been having issues with because of my rust. And it's partly because I'm not 100% certain what's about to happen next, and so my brain is calculating turn by turn. But when you know what's going to happen because you've been in the situation so many times, you don't really worry about that. So I'm gonna go Garganical because it's the logical decision. I wanted to go to Moltres to prevent the Tycon Cuttermon from coming in. But since my Moltres is so low value, it actually goes Landers, which is surprising to me. Very interesting. If I were to Moltres, this might be his rocker, it depends. If I were to Moltres, but these things sometimes run grass, not our earth power, so let me not jump the gun. If this is packing, if this is one of the rare Stone Edge ones, so be it. I haven't seen too many Stone Edge Landers. Now that said, Moltres isn't a particularly high value. Now the Garganical has to take rocks. But if you notice, we're building up to that that end game that I discussed earlier. His switches are very odd. He switched Dragapult into Great Tusk and now switched Iron Crown into so even if you were to leave this in, I'm willing to give up my Moltres. What I can't have is that Garganical coming in. Well, I can, but I know enough about what this does to where the risk versus reward trade is worth it, right? And so Florges has to come in. That covers for a Draco, because if I go Garganical on a Draco, he's done for. He's gonna have a hard time. And so Garganical is phenomenal in this situation. Probably lures out the Psychic Noise. But yeah, beyond the Psychic Noise spam, it puts this Florges in a position where it now, I mean, I guess it could just recover, right? Him having Psychic Noise is a little problematic though, because I also have Psychic Noise. I want his Garganical beat down, but he clearly wants mine. So this likely uses Synthesis. I'd assume Moonblast and Synthesis and things of that nature. Synthesis would make the most sense here. If he doesn't Synthesis, okay, Wish. Interesting. This allows for me to go to the Mully. He's probably maybe Calm Mind, Psychic Noise. Okay, very interesting. It allows for me to Will-O-Wisp here. So this Florges, it could go Garganical here, but I'm not too bothered by that. I kind of need to spin. Maybe he thought, no, his rocks weren't up when he went hard pulled on my Great Tusk. But like right here, usually when I'm sharp, my brain automatically focuses on what the game plan is, but because I'm not sharp now, I was in denial about it. Yeah, they make uses Wish there, which makes sense. So Salt Cure plus there's no mon he can go to beyond Garganical. That stops the Roost play here. But as I said, I want Gargan. I don't switch well into this if he Psychic Noises, so I have to keep the Moltres in. But the dope thing about it is that, see the Garg turn here, as it forces in my Great Tusk as he Salt Cures. But now he's in a position where, do you try to stop my Rapid Spin, or do you try to stop my Rapid Spin, or do you try to go to Dragapult? Dragapult offensively is a little too problematic for me to have that come in. Even if you were to leave the Garganical in here, that I can live with, but his because if this gets headlong rushed, I'd assume he'd stay into either okay, so Landers comes in. I say he's gonna stay into either interesting, a double spinner here, because this is the obvious Rapid Spin. He has the Intimidate, so it would make sense to keep this as that fodder, go to Dragapult to stop the spin. He's actually faster than me, which is a big problem, because I might die to Salt Cure. So I lose my Tusk, which is, I didn't think he'd be faster than me. That's not good. Because the Garganical, oh, that's a big turn, because I could headlong rush spam. I was trying to get myself in a position where we can click headlong rush repeatedly, But it seems his pult is spexed. And so we're gonna have to double down on Zent or double down on Primarina. So I'm surprised to see this Decidueye here. This does allow me to Shadow Ball a little more freely. Is a Shadow Ball the best play? No, Draco Meteor is better than Shadow Ball. Because we don't want Garganical coming in. So that's an important turn, right? If Garganical comes in, so now it's right on the cusp. If Garganical comes in as I Shadow Ball, I'm finished. If Florges comes in, I have the Moltres to pivot into. So this is an interesting turn, because if a lot of these run Protect these days though. If I were to Draco and get the roll here, I might kill him, and if I kill him, it's a big deal. But if I don't KO him, it's a big problem. Okay, he goes Iron Crown. That's actually phenomenal, because this allows for me to Shadow Ball spam. So this is actually a really good position to be in. Molly is important, but not as important as, even though Volt Switch should knock me out, Psychic Noise. So that's just a move that shit's running these days. Okay. Good. Okay, so it's not even it's not specs, which makes sense because it's psychic move. But as I said, we're leaning into the Decidueye, because even here, like if I were to go to my my Zamazenta, I need a bit more damage on his. So let's go Pulse. I'll Shadow Ball directly to knock this out. Because his Garg is gonna be, if the Garg doesn't have Protect, it'll be low enough to where, is this shit fucking Assault Vest? Oh boy. Okay, so this might be Assault Vest, which it is what it is. So this is an interesting turn, right? Because in this case, most people would go, okay, well, I'm gonna oh, he actually goes Hard Florges. I don't know why he went Hard Florges. I don't know why he went Hard Florges. If I sub there and I Terra, okay. So Pult's coming in. It's Heavy Duty Boots Pult, which is actually good for me, unless this is Thunder Wave. But even if it is, I can actually pull this off with my Primarina. U-turn. Okay, that's a very odd sequence. I don't understand this sequence at all. Not GG, you can still win, I'm pretty sure. Okay. So this is an important moment, right? This is where, this is the core difference between me and I'm still narrating, even though I said I don't know if I'd be narrating. My man. So this is where this is where the great ones are made. So most players here would go, well, I won that battle, so let me go to the next one. And win, lose, I can't win, lose, I can't what's it called? Win, lose, I can't stop the live. So typically we wouldn't do this part. But when I'm just learning and relearning a metagame, there's usually a first phase. And so when I'm doing the coaching sessions, this is the first step. What this does is it trains two things. It trains the mindset, which is usually, some people usually get very frustrated by repeated losses, which is just a part of it, because you need to get that knowledge and you kind of have to get clapped to know what to look out for in the future. This is something I talk about often. But the first step here is to say, what did I learn and what did I do well? Not how did I mess up? What should I have done better? Nothing like that. Just what did you learn, or what did you notice, and what did you do well? And you do this for about a week. One, you're gonna notice a drastic change in your points. I've had a guy that was 1300 in OU do the boot camp, and that was all I had him do for 4 weeks. No training, no skill, no nothing. Because when I assessed him when he came, and that's the difference, I'm gonna be offering something called customized coaching, where it's closer to if somebody comes in to build muscle, we're gonna target exactly what your particular needs are, and then tailor the training more to you. That's kind of what I did anyway, but I'm gonna do an intake assessment so we can know specifically what it is, so it's more systematic, you know, and so that you can get more out of it, and the results are faster because it's been ungodly amounts of people at this point, so it's very scientific. It's literally a formula. And so I had a guy came in, was very pessimistic, horrible mindset, not around me or anything like that, but just overall, just beyond frustrated. And I took him through this process, and just like the Karate Kid in that movie where it's like wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off, it was very much a wax on, wax off process. And I think from just that process, what did I learn, what did I do well? He gained like 200 points in a few days, but he ended up having a goal of 1700 plus from 1300, and within a few weeks he hit it with absolutely, I did not do one skill training thing. All I did was work on, okay, how are you handling when you don't get what you want, when you get crit, when you get hacked, when you lose a game, when you get outplayed? Like, the emotional state, your state of being, way more important. When that's in place, then the skill part is just easy. It's not easy, but it's simpler, smoother is the right word. But when that frustration is bubbling underneath, nothing I can tell you will do anything, right? And that's the parallel between mental martial arts and regular martial arts, right? The state of mind is the first and most important component, where you're not going to implement what you know. And so what I'd do is I'd slow down and I'd go, okay, as I'm looking at the team preview, what is the Moltres for here? Moltres was good for the Decidui, for the Landers, defended against those. Offensively, how good is Moltres? Moltres loses, not good versus Garganical, not great versus Florges, not great versus Polt. And it's the only things it super effectively hits is the Iron Crown and the Decidui. Iron Crown likely volt switching every time, so that's not even super reliable. So offensively, Moltres isn't that good. And so in these moments, what I'm doing is just gathering knowledge. What you're doing is you're training your brain when there is no timer, how to assess a team preview. What's gonna happen is over time, the first couple of replays will be really slow. So I remember times where a replay would take me 30 minutes, which is why I said, this is like very much an ASMR in the background kind of thing for you. Now, if you want a deep dive session and you want to get better, then yeah, you can watch it. But this is a process I never really share, not in real time. And so I'd assess that and I'd go, okay, and then I'd load that into my mind, right? Into your memory banks. And so that gets stored in your brain. So the next time you have to withdraw that, your brain will scan the team a lot faster. What we're trying to do is improve the speed by starting slow. But sometimes we do speed, but we didn't have the proficiency. We didn't have the accuracy. So we go speed, assess team preview fast, but you're very bad at identifying the best pathway to victory. You're very bad at puzzle solving, which is all Pokemon is, solving a puzzle. and you do it fast, and then you go in there and you just fuck around and get fucked up. So when I'm not rusty and you see me play those really quickly and just assess everything, that's because I've done this particular part when you guys aren't looking. So by the time it's showtime, it looks like, dang, how does Jam know how to do? This is the part. This is where the best are built. And this is how I became the best player in the world when I played Mons heavily. Now, this is quite a few years ago. Definitely not the best right now. But this process could get me back to the best category. Not because I'm special, but just because, one, nobody knows about this stuff other than the people who do the boot camp. But also, if you do it enough, you get there. Not rocket science, not anything that, have a special brain for. So the Moltres is the first component, not assess and say Moltres is mid. But Moltres is important to keep the Landers at bay. Moltres is important to keep the Decidueye at bay. So defensively, if Moltres is gone, the Lando and the Decidueye become quite annoying. And so it's important to keep that. So that's something that I just learned in real time. That's a sense of awareness I just gained. Defensively, the Moltres is really critical. So I need to keep that whenever I'm facing a Lando. Orlando is very hard to switch into. And my sweepers don't switch into things. So the next would be Zamazenta. Offensively, Zamazenta can beat Garganical, can beat Decidueye, can beat Florges because I'm Terrafire. It can beat Landers. It can beat Iron Crown. And Dragapult is the key thing that stops it. Now that's assuming it's like a Specs Dragapult, right? Because then I'll 2 a KO with Crunch, but the Dragapult will destroy me with the Draco meters. They're just too heavy. The Dracos are too heavy, and so okay. So offensively, Zamazenta looks very good, right? If I was doing this even more detailed, I'd go, okay, well, what does Zamazenta set up on? Sets up on Garganical, sets up on that thing next to it, sets up on Landers potentially. I've seen these run Earth Power, so not quite. And so those three are going to be my best set of fodders. Florges as well, depending on if I choose to terrestrialize as well, So those are options. It doesn't set up very good versus Pole or the Tycon Cuttermon, obviously. Iron Crown, I need to remember, Tycon Cuttermon is such a long way to say something that's so much simpler. Okay, so offensively it's great. Usually I'm not going to look at something like Zamazenta or Primarina defensively because they're setup sweepers, but in this case we can if you're forced to, and it's just useful to train your brain on that. And so defensively, Zamazenta doesn't really switch in on anything, so I'll just leave that there. Now Primarina, Zamazenta is very has high offensive impact. That means something that destroys the opponent when it comes in. Now all my mons except Polt are setup sweepers, so most of them aren't going to have high offensive impact off jump. And so that's something to keep in mind. So Primarina, upon calm mining destroys Garganical. Some can do something versus Florges potentially. Landers, Dragapult, like Primarina calm mining is actually very good. The only key thing that stops it once it gets going, honestly, is that Decidueye. And so it's important to know that up front, because I can go, okay, well actually Decidueye is part fighting, so it doesn't even stop it well. So Zamazenta and Primarina are very good. Defensively, Primarina isn't supposed to be coming on anything. So frankly, with this team, defensively Zenta and Primarina are pretty much off the field. Unless I'm not using either of them to win, then I'll switch it in. But yeah. Now Garganical is an interesting mid-ground, and honestly this team on paper has good defensive synergy in terms of like maybe typing, but as I'm looking at this now, it's technically a very offensive team. There's really no dedicated wall except the Moltres. And the reason that's an issue is because the let's say, you know, Moltres is weak to water. Well, my 2 water resists aren't things that are supposed to be switching in water anyway. So on paper it's good, and this is a team building tip too. On paper it's good, but this team doesn't function well. So the synergy probably could be better, but I was just throwing some shit together to use Garganical. In real time I may modify the team, but my personal preference, I like when it has a bit of flaws like that are very glaring when I'm doing training, because it forces me to play with a different level of precision. So I usually do not train with teams that are perfect or really good. Though this is a little better than what I'm comfortable with, but we'll deal with it. So Primarina offensively and Zenta are great. Garganical upon Iron Defensing is actually really good outside of this. So if I could destroy this with an Iron Defense, I could 6-0 him. And so these 3 in the middle are potential, but for Zenta to go, Dragapult needs to go. For Primarina to go, well, Primarina is probably the one who needs the least help. And that's a clue right there. Garganical to go, I need the Iron Crown to go. Tusk offensively is decent, but this in Wall and Dragapult, Landorus is, the combination of these 2 is pesky. And Tusk isn't meant to one-hit KO anything. I don't think he can OHKO anything on his team. And those are things to be mindful of. Like, so what I'm doing right now is training my brain while there is no timer about how these matchups work. Because all Pokemon is matchup assessment, right? Landorus isn't a problem unless it's matched up versus something that it can take a lot of value from, right? So unless Landorus is versus Heatran, it's not a problem, right? Landorus is versus, you know, some other shit it beats, it's not a problem, right? So it's the matchup consequences that I'm learning, not just the mons themselves. So Pult's very dangerous outside of Garganical, but it also struggles to pick up one-hit KOs. The only one that in one-hit KOs is probably his Pult. This is maybe Assault Vest that we saw. We saw that this was potentially Assault Vest as well. So Pult is solid, but not mandatory, usually. And so I usually take quite some time to really just absorb. Okay. And I just stare at the matchup. And I look at it this way from this angle and I go, okay. And then I assess the opponent's team and I say, okay, if the Garganical comes in, what do I have for that? Like as far as a hard switch, it'd be either my Garg or Great Tusk. The Garg is annoying. The Decidueye, Moltres, we went over that. Gorgeous Moltres. That's my only fairy resist. Landorus, Moltres. So Moltres defensively is critical for these core 3. I didn't even notice Moltres was my fairy resist until just now. Like I never consciously considered that, right? And so I'm really emphasizing how unspecial I am, right? When I went from just no one to rank 1, literally, it was doing these processes, right? Now, it may seem different because I have a talent for explanation. I can explain and articulate things very well. But people may take that and be like, oh, Jam is a genius of play. And it's just a formulaic process. It's the same with any game, particularly mental martial arts. Dragapult, primarily my Garg, unless it specs Draco. The Tycon Cuttermon, I don't have a counter for that. Like that's actually something that I'm seeing more and more of, to the point where maybe it's worth adjusting my team slightly. And so yeah, so I'd go, okay, well, after I've done all that, then I'd go, okay, well, what would be a good game plan here, right? And I try to keep it very simple. And I'd go, okay, well, if I wanted to sweep with Zamazenta, I would need to, this is a really key part, I would need to get rid of the Dragapult or weaken it to the point where Crunch can kill it. Most players stop right there and go, okay, I know I need to do that. But they never go and ask the most important question. How am I going to do that? Because oftentimes the theory and the practicality, the theory is need to weaken Pult. The practicality might not allow that. What does that mean? Well, for me to weaken Pult, I'll either get rocks up and force it to come in a lot of times to where it's in crunch range, or I'll have to get it to switch into something else. So then I have to go, okay, well, what will Pult switch into that he can't go into something else for? This Pult's offensive, so why would he switch a Dragapult in, right? So let's see. If Moltres attacks, he's going Garganical, so Pult's probably not coming in on that. Now you see why I thought it was so weird that he went Dragapult on my Tusk, but he's probably not aware of this. If Zamazenta gets going, then Pult comes in, but you know, he has a few switches that can come in before that. Now, assuming this is Specs Pult, right? Primarina comes in, obviously Pult's not coming in on that. So Zamazenta is the only thing that lures in Pult on my team, but I need Pult weakened before Zamazenta comes in. You get what I'm saying? So unless somehow I get rid of his Garganical early, that would force Pult in because he doesn't have any good Moltres answers. But then the next question would be, how am I going to kill Garganical? Well, my option is to one-shot that thing is, well, I can't one-shot it, most likely, but Tusk, you know, Zenta can't count because Zenta is supposed to be kept at bay for the Dragapult. And he won't just leave the Garganical in on my Zenta. Maybe Primarina, but as I said, he's probably not going to leave that in. Now, Primarina is very problematic, right? And so if I just assessed that and said, okay, well, for Zenta to do what I expect, I'd either need to find out that it's not Choice Specs Dragapult, which means Zenta can just clap. Excuse me. Or if it is Choice Specs, bring it to half to where I can eat a Draco Crunch and then body press the remainder. Right? If it's Primarina, then I have to also assess and go, okay, well, which one of these is easier to sweep with? Right? Including Garg. Primarina, for it to sweep, needs maybe we're just burnt, so it has the matchup advantage with the Draining Kiss because he saw that it has Psychic Voice. Because I'm going to be liquid voicing it back, and if it's a Calm Mind War, then we want, you know, a little bit of edge before we set up at least the negation of the leftovers, because he has recovery and Primarina doesn't outside of Draining Kiss. And so that's an option. So Primarina Calm Minds up versus Garg, which substitute. If this is not something we'd be setting up on anyway, but if it sets up and this comes in, we can just Draining Kiss all the health back and then potentially switch if it's not to our advantage, or KO it depending on how bulky it is. Great versus this, great versus this, great versus this. This, if it's specs, is a little problematic because it takes a bit of setup before we can really go to town. And the reason being is because this, we can't drain. So one thing we can't Draining Kiss health back, so we have to liquid voice it over and over again, which means we don't get any health back, and that leaves us vulnerable. So kind of getting the Iron Crown weakened would be my one condition for the Primarina. So the question then would be, well, how are we going to do that? Is there anything on the team that lures in Iron Crown? No, Iron Crown is not coming in on Pult. It's not coming in on Tusk. It's not. It may come in on Garganical. It may come in on the Prim itself. But you can see, like, okay, well, that's not something that's actually that feasible. So you notice the difference between theoretically and practically. And this is something that's really key when I'm doing the trainings, because a lot of times we have the theoretical plan and the player will go into the battle and they'll go, okay, well, I'm gonna do that. My win con is this, and then I'll go in the battle and I allow them to play it out. And then afterwards, regardless of the outcome, I said, well, remember when you said such, how was that ever gonna set up? And when you look at the team, he had no setup options, right? The practicality is what matters, but it's very difficult to calculate that in your mind initially. And Garg is an option. So what needs to happen? That fucking Iron Crown needs to be killed. And so the question is again, how am I gonna do that? Now, this is a case where I could go, okay, I'm gonna use Primarina to take out Iron Crown and then sweep with Garganical. If Garganical was a guaranteed sweep shot, that makes sense. Or I may go, okay, I'm gonna use Zamazenta to KO his Dragapult if I needed Dragapult gone for something else, right? But Dragapult is only coming in on Zenta, so that wouldn't work. And the other two don't care about Dragapult, so that wouldn't work. But Primarina can be used to lure and kill Iron Crown, or at least sacrifice a lot of my Primarina's health in exchange for Iron Crown, right? This is how we're solving the puzzle. And then Iron Defense sweep with Garganical. That's assuming no gimmicks, no like weird shit that I'm not accounting for, like Encore Florges or some shit like that. Great Tusk's not a sweeping option, and Pult probably not a sweeping option either, right? And so if I were to structure out a game plan again, I would, now that I've assessed that the Tycon Cuttermon Iron Crown is probably the biggest threat to me, I don't have a solid answer for that. I'd position the team in a way where, or one, I'd have to lead to it something that prevents that from taking a ton of value from me off bat. That's going to be Dragapult, most likely. Dragapult matches up very well versus this team as well. Potentially Moltres. Moltres isn't great primarily because it just Volt switches out. You could Moltres and Roost, I suppose, depending on if you want to get the data on whether or not suspects. It just means that Garganical comes in afterward and somebody's getting Salt cured the fuck up. Which can be pretty annoying. So, you know, depending on the situation. But notice I'm training my brain to think out these possibilities before I go into my next game. Right? It's literally like I'm getting better at basketball, I'm getting better at soccer. I go in the gym, I train when nobody's looking. So by the time they see me on the court, on the field the next time, they're like, damn, why is this dude killing us? It's what you didn't see that made the difference, right? And so going back to the game plan, in this case, I'd try to double down on Primarina win. Or a Garganical win. Because Terragos Pult is lethal, but I have to depend on the speed tie. I can't get past Florges, I can't get past Garg. Unless it's very difficult, but those two wall me, so that's a big deal. So yeah, I'd probably double down on Primarina early to punch a ton of holes in this team. Because Primarina can either KO rip a hole in two of his mons early, and depending on which two it is, they'll open up one of these motherfuckers, right? And so even though Primarina is the biggest problem up front, like in terms of when it sets up, is the most difficult for him to deal with. If I try to set up too early before I get any information on Zenta, now it turns out he just got swept by Zenta because he was not Specs Pult. So that's something, but if I don't know that up front, I know no matter what sets all of these are, Primarina is good. And so I may double down on Primarina first, right, by setting it up first, getting it in versus Garganical and getting it versus Landorus or getting it versus Dragapult, right? I'd probably try to get the Primarina burnt, the Florges burnt, but since he has Garg, I know Moltres is gonna lure in the Garg, and I can get the free switch on Prim. And I probably can 1v1 the Florges. It's just, I don't know what Florges does, so that's kind of like a wild card. But that's something that I keep in mind. I like, let's murk half his team with Primarina first, even though it's the most valuable member. we're gonna take out 1.5 member or 2 members, and might not even lose the Primarina. He might just threaten me out, right? Primarina may leave out at 30%, but it murked the Iron Crown and bust through half of his team, right? And so it's like, okay, cool. Now with that gaping hole, we're gonna reassess at that point what the best Pokemon is. This is keeping in mind, well, obviously his threats as well. So I'd say, yeah, I'd double down on Primarina, and the how is gonna be initially keep the Iron Crown at bay. So we'd Pult lead. Pult versus literally everything is good, right? Pult versus Pult, I can reposition. If he Dracos into Garg, that's a Primarina opening that I'm looking for. If he Garg wouldn't die anyway, but you get the idea. That's if he risks the speed tie. Unlikely will, but you know, if you were to Draco into Garg, Garg would live, and that would give me the Primarina positioning. And Garg I doubt gets 2 KO'd. If he leads Iron Crown into Pult, obviously I have the matchup advantage there. Landorus into Pult, I still have the matchup advantage there, unless it's some rogue knockoff Scarf Lando. Lando still gets knocked, right? I don't remember. I don't think so, actually. I don't remember if it gets that. Primarina versus Pult. Primarina is the Moltres matchup that I so desire. And if he's feeling cocky, you know, I get the opportunity to Will-O-Wisp him. This thing is a non-factor, and if it's Garg, the only thing I could have led that was 1v1 in Garg is Tusk and Grim. I mean, you could say Zenta, but why would I give him my defense boost? So Garg is gonna be annoying no matter what, and I've just accepted that. But Garg is really the only thing that would be annoying as a lead, right? And so no matter what he goes for, that can set in motion the next few turns. I can't predict specifically what's gonna happen because I'm not familiar enough with roles. Like if, you know, Assault Vest, Iron Crown gets dropped by Shadow Bottom, like those kind of specifics, I doubt it does, but you know, those little specifics I don't know off the top. I'm still gathering knowledge, but that would be a case where I'm like, all right. So yeah, for these next few replays, it's just gonna be focusing on gathering more knowledge. I'm not gonna heavily emphasize the gameplay until probably a few games in. So I just did that particular process so you would know how in depth I go. But the next I'd start the game. I'll turn off the sound. And I'd assess each turn, right? Based on what did I learn and what did I do well. So Florges versus Pult. In real time now, as I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, U-turn seems like the play. Oh, I went for U-turn, right? Not based on the short term, based on me assessing what I just said. So Pult got a poor matchup, and so I likely went Moltres. Okay, I went Garg. Actually, Garg makes sense. Garg makes sense here. Actually, Garg makes more sense because I need to Salt Cure this immediately. So my previous self actually thought in a way my present self didn't. Garg was actually an objectively better player because I must have been assessing for Calm Mind or expecting Calm Mind, and Moltres versus Calm Mind wouldn't be good. So it'd be better to go Garg first, get the Salt Cure on a Calm Mind variant, then go potential Moltres. And Will-O-Wisp, and Will-O-Wisp plus Salt Cure would do him in so I can sub down. Yeah, that's brilliant. Good shit, Jam. But Salt Cure is the best play here. Yep. And so I'm also assessing, did I learn anything? What did I learn? I learned that Florges runs Psychic Noise. Okay. What did I do well? I went to Garganical on the Florges to cover for Calm Mind and anything it could do because he has nothing to go in on Garganical. Mind you, I'm only looking for what I did well and what I learned. Okay. And so the heal block wore off. Actually also learned something. The heal block, the turn the heal block wore off. You get the leftovers the next turn. That's something I didn't take note of. So that's data. Go to Moltres. I now learned that Decidueye gets knockoff. I didn't know that. Right, so that's something else I learned. That's something to be mindful for in the future. Objectively, yours is best to U-turn. So right here, for example, I think I end up going Tusk. So here would have been an opportunity where Primarina could make sense. I just didn't. I know the Florges was the biggest sort of like, I'm not quite sure. But since I was like, I'm gonna win with Zamazenta, I think I made the best play here with the Tusk. Why? Because the stealth rock damage on the Dragapult was really key. Right. I just realized I have to pick up my mom. So I won't grab the next game till I can't come back, which is good. Get to take a sec. But didn't realize how much time passed. But the headlong rush would one, I offensively threaten the Garganacl, but more importantly I get to get up the rocks. And so if I'm gonna force that Dragapult switch in repeatedly, potentially, I don't know how the sets are gonna play out, but if I have to, I want to get these rocks up pronto. And something else I just noticed, he doesn't have hazard control. I think this gets defog, but he doesn't have hazard control, and so the Tusk matchup is ideal for the long term of the game. And I guess the rocks could be useful for punishing the landers as well and picking up certain KOs, but it's more so for the Dragapult. So one thing I always say to students is that if you don't know why you did a play, it's probably not a good play, right? So the stealth rocks, I'm not just stealth rocking mindlessly, right? Oh, I don't know why I stealth rock. Oh, just to get them up. That's never an answer. You need to know specifically what you're needing it for. This is usually found out in the replay. And so here we assess that Primarina is too important. If he Draco's here, I'll survive, and I get to know what kind of Dragapult this is. If I go hard Primarina and he Shadow Balls, one of the most dangerous Pokemon for him is gone. Moltres is key for the Florges, Decidueye, and Landers, so we can't mindlessly go to that. And nothing else is switching in. So he ends up U-turning as we have the Landers matchup. And so here, what did we learn there? I learned that U-turn does 17% to my guard crit. So even little things like that I'd be calcing. This is an interesting turn. My options are hard Moltres. I could go hard Great Tusk. I could go hard Dragapult. If I go hard Dragapult and he Stealth Rocks, there's a little too much. I put myself in a position of a lot of variance. Meaning, if Dragapult is in, I probably can one-shot this Lando. But if he goes Florges, he gets rocks up potentially, and which means I can't go to Moltres. I gets rocks up, and I can't go to Moltres on it. If I U-turn and he stays in with a Landorus, he gets rocks up, and my only switching is Moltres, so that puts me in a bad position. So Dragapult's not an option. I could leave this Garganacl in, but that's a waste of a Garg. I can't, Great Tusk, Zamazenta and Primarina are not the play, so my options are Moltres and Great Tusk. Moltres here, if this does not have Stone Edge, is great. I could go hard Great Tusk. The problem with hard Great Tusk is if this is Earth Power Grass Knot. I've seen variants of those. So lowest risk play is going to be going into the Molly. Plus, if he is going to rocks, this allows me to likely U-turn out Molly into Great Tusk on his Garganacl, because really the main thing that he could go into. He ends up going Iron Crown, which was interesting, which is a good play because it forced me not to go to Great Tusk. Though, he's like, okay, well, if I flamethrower there, that would have put him in a bad spot. Should have opened up my Garganacl. So you have to be mindful that the opponent can make misplays that open up things there for you that weren't there before. So if let's say I flamethrowered there and his Iron Crown gets demolished, I mean, it probably wouldn't die, it's probably AV, but you get the idea. Be really weak and not just roost off the health, and we'd be staring down Garg. U-turn on Garg, and it's going to Salt Cure into my Great Tusk. And it's going to be a conversation of spinning. I think that's what ended up happening. As I U-turn out, and he goes Florges here as I U-turn. Now, the reason I U-turn there is at this point, I'm willing to potentially lose my Moltres if I need to. I didn't know he was Soul Vest at this point. I still don't think that ever got confirmed. But I'm weighing the risk versus reward. If I Shadow Ball and he goes Garg or Florges, it's an awkward position for me because rocks are up. Because Moltres got knocked off and rocks are up. So Moltres is highly limited until I get rid of those. Or he stays and then just goes for the Tycon Cutter, and I give the Moltres up. The Moltres is already almost useless unless I get rid of these rocks anyway. So it was a risk I was willing to take. And so it ended up paying off. And so the Florges matchup on the U-turn is way better. Because the rocks are up, I can't go Moltres, I can't go Tusk. And so it's better to just Garganical. This allows for the Salt Cure immediately. And the reason I'm Salt Cure spamming is because I'm still thinking in the back of my mind, maybe I can Primarina him, but I need to have the edge on the Florges, and nothing on my team can force this thing out, right? So I have to Salt Cure force him out. So figured I'd Salt Cure first, then reposition into the Moltres as he synthesizes or wishes. And this allows for me to heal as I think he's Psychic Noises here, yeah. And since he's Salt Cured and wished up, I believe I just go for the actually thought I U-turn there, but that makes sense why I can't U-turn, because I want his Garg to come in so I can get the Tusk matchup anyway. Yeah, I think I Roost here, the heal block wears off. Yeah, so I Roost so I can come back. That's objectively the best play. I could have predicted his Garg, but at this point I assessed I'm at 100% Great Tusk. The Salt Cure damage isn't as important. It matters, but it's not the end of the world, right? I'm losing what? Salt Cure, that's 12%. Actually forgot how much that does, so that's good. And so now I'm in a position where I'm at 86% and I can potentially get rid of these rocks. If I get rid of them, it's going to be very hard for him to get them back up, because now I know his Lando is the rocker. Or I can Headlong Rush, or I can Ice Spinner. I end up Ice Spinner because it's relatively low risk for me, even if he did stay in. And his Lando ended up surviving the Ice Spinner at 70 and his Rocky Helmet. And this was a big turn because I don't know my calcs well. He lives, so I'm thinking he has Rocky Helmet and he's 70%. There's no way he's max speed, right? And so I ended up giving a ton of health away here to Earthquake. Ended up giving up my Tusk. Tusk wasn't supposed to die here. If I knew that was gonna happen, I'd have just switched out to Moltres, right? Lando would have died. It would have been a way better position for me, especially because I could just come back and Headlong Rush spam, and that's a Mon down every time. So this is a pretty big loss for me, but it wasn't the end of the world. But what I love that I did well is I'm weighing the risk versus reward. It seems like I'm predicting, but every move I'm making is for the potential setup with the Zamazenta or the Florges, so I love that. And I learned that max speed Landers takes about 70% with Ice Spinner from my Tusk, and my Tusk takes about 33% from EQ. So that's something I learned. Something else I learned here, because I think I Draco Meteored here into Garg. Garg takes about 60. I'm guessing that's a defensive Garg. I don't think Spadef Garg would take that much. Probably around the same spread as mine. I learned Garg takes about 60. I can run the calc on that. As I go Garganical here, I could have risked the Draco, but he either could have Terra Fairy'd there, or he could have just survived and recovered. And I figured instead of him surviving and recovering, that's going to put me in a really bad position. I'd rather just go Garganical here. Even if he recovers, it puts me in a decent spot. So he ends up going Iron Crown and Psychic Noising. I don't know why Psychic Noise over going for the Iron Cutter there. But either way, the Decidueye comes in. And so this was somewhat of a potential misplay, but also not. The reason being, even if I don't KO this, because I found out the Iron Crown wasn't specs here, so that was a big deal because now my Primarina, after a Calm Mind, is taking next to nothing from that shit. And now my Garganical, because Primarina, it's probably gonna have to beat the Iron Crown now. But I also thought Shadow Ball KO'd here. So I wanted, now that the Florges is burnt and rocks up, I knew you'd either go to Florges or you'd leave this in. And so I wanted to nab the Florges here. Not that it matters that much, honestly. But I ended up not KOing, and I found out that these shits run Assault Vest. And yeah, that was a big deal. And now the Zenta sweep is imminent, but I just wasn't sure what kind of Dragapult he was, so I didn't want to risk the Dragapult play early. I think he ended up going directly into, no, he went Florges. So the reason I body pressed directly, in hindsight, I probably should have crunched. No, because there's going hard Dragapult is dumb. But me saving a fucking 7% to go Dragapult. So if I had crunched, I didn't sub because if I sub and he specs Dragapult, he actually does more damage. Because he's gonna infiltrate and go through the sub. If he wasn't infiltrated, then sub would be objectively the best play. I body pressed directly. One, because I know that I actually don't need my +1 defense boost to sweep. My iron defensing is sufficient. But I wanted to be at the maximal amount of health for when his Pult comes in. And so I figured I'd just body press. But if I had to think that back, I probably would have crunched. I think I just wasn't sure if it KO'd the thing. And so I crunched here. He goes to Pult. He ends up U-turning. I'm guessing he's Wisp. That's the only thing that makes sense here. And now with this dead, because at this point, once I saw the once we got the Florges gone, though the way it was looking, it didn't seem like his Florges could beat me anyway. But honestly, my Primarina, now that I'm reassessing the situation, the Zamazenta coming in, I think, was objectively best. And I think I said that during the thing. I was like, actually, Primarina, if I use a Terra here, Primarina is actually great because this just dies to hazards. So, actually, does it die to hazards? It doesn't die to hazards because it's resistant to rocks. It might live with like 1%, but it's slow. Slow Pokemon. What's Primarina's speed tier? Actually, they're the same speed tier. It probably has no speed though. But yeah, Iron Crown getting chopped here. He's probably defensive Bolt with like Draco Hex with Will-O-Wisp, and he gets to a KO to crunch, or he's likely Wisp Darts, and Zenta would have set up and swept. Another thing that would have swept once this died is Garganical. Garganical Iron Defense swept too. So all my core sweepers that we started with in the beginning and mentioned in the beginning end up becoming potential sweepers anyway. And yeah, so I would have gathered a lot of data. So what did I learn? Learn Assault Vest. Decidueye, I think it runs knockoff. Gotta remember Scrappy. Psychic Noise, Wish Florges is a thing. Gotta be mindful of Assault Vest. Iron Crown, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Landorus can learn, can eat an Ice Spinner, even though it probably has, it may have an HP investment. I don't know. I have to run the calcs on that. I learned any calcs. Yeah, and what did I do well? I optimized for the fucking Zenta Zenta sweep well, because we did keep that intact. And so we were always keeping that in tuck, not letting anything that is necessary for the win condition to get destroyed. Even though Garganical got disrupted by those Psychic Noises, I didn't expect that. But we kept Primarina and Zamazenta, the two best sweepers, in check for when we needed it. I even weakened the one thing that would stop my Primarina, which was the Decidueye. I preserved the Terra well. I didn't get too caught up in the moment and be like, oh man, you know, I'm gonna lose or some shit like that, and start making rash plays. We kept in mind, okay, the objective is to sweep him with Zamazenta. What conditions do we need met? kept saying that over and over again. What else did I do well? The U-turn plays, assessing the risk versus reward. I really like how I did that there. Not even necessarily because the opponent switched, but the fact that I assessed the risk versus reward and knew that even if they didn't switch, it wasn't just a mindless play of me trying to predict something. It was all building up to the eventual Zamazenta or Primarina sweep. What else did I do well? The Ice Spinner turn on Garg. I really like how I weighed that. Even though if I rapid spun on the Lando switch, I would have been fine. I'd have been actually in a better position, but that was objectively good, no matter what the Garg did. As worst come to worst, I switched the Tusk out, but if Pult comes in and I rapid spin while being Salt Cure, I'm in a really bad spot, especially because I don't know what the Pult is. That's a Mon down. What else did I do well? And so I just keep going and going, but then I'd go into the next game. Now I wouldn't usually take this long. Sometimes in the beginning it might take this long, but the goal is to train the brain, and then these will be a lot faster, and then going to the next game it's going to be a lot easier. So we're going to do that once I get back.
Okay, I'm back. And yeah, so I've probably gone from my computer for about an hour. So let's see if the data we retrieved from the previous review gets transferred. So one thing I will say from the review, immediately my brain just scanned Dragapult, Shadow Ball, and I'm like, Iron Moth only resists like immediately. So let's see. So Moltres is great versus this thing and this thing, but everything else is mid. Right now, what upside is that he doesn't switch very well into it, right? But it's really there for the Roaring Moon and for the Grey Tusk. More so the Grey Tusk, as we found out, like, well, the Roaring Moon and both. But it's not like, oh my god, if Moltres goes, we are in the, the shitter, because I have a Zamazenta and I have a Terra Fairy Garg and I have a Primarina, so not over. Zamazenta, from what we learned from the last video, can be a really effective sweeper, and in this case it's still the case. Like 1 Iron Defense, 2, 3, get rid of that, 4, potentially 5 with Stealth Rocks up and Terra Fire. So Zamazenta, very good. Let's look at Primarina. Calm Mind Primarina is similar. This thing would be an issue. That's the only real big issue. Terra Fairy Garg, or just non-Fairy Garg, very similar situation. If I Terra Fairy, well, Terra Fairy opens up me being weak to Iron Moth and this. Iron Moth runs Terra Ground now often. The Tycon Cutter Mon is there. Grey Tusk, he has no ground immunity, so Headlong Rush is always going to be legitimate. So what can he guard against? I'd lean into a Zamazenta endgame here. The condition I'd need for Zamazenta to sweep would be him sacking Dio early, so I don't have to deal with that. And the rest of them, once I get going, Stealth Rocks are going to be critical for any sturdy and to get Iron Moth, within body press range. But beyond that, it's just, smooth sailing, really. Primarina can also sweep. Garg needs quite a bit. So I'm gonna double down on Zamazenta. So what can't he guard against? Zamazenta for sure. He can't guard well against my Dragapult either. Do I care about terraing? So what can't I guard against? I don't guard well against the Tycon Cuttermon. So my worst case scenario would be staring that thing down and having it have its way. So Deoxys, this could be Dio speed, max speed situation. Dragapult is useful, but it's not mandatory. I don't know what Dio speed runs. I think they probably run Sash. So he goes for knockoff here. Maybe Psycho Boost knock. Psycho Boost would probably kill me here. Hmm. Do they run Psycho Boost or? So we got rid of Deoxys. So we have to assess this from a long-term perspective. Let's say we were to give up Dragapult here. You get the hazards up no matter what. Do the hazards matter? They actually don't matter that much. So in a case like this, is useful. Would I need Dragapult for anything in the future? It's nice, but it's not mandatory. So we're gonna end up doing a Shadow Ball here. If he does Psycho Boost and I lose at the very least on the next turn, he'll have to decide between a hazard. Yeah, he'd have to decide between a hazard and what am I trying to say here? He'd have to decide between a hazard and a knockoff, because I'd go Garganacl. So we're staring down Great Tusk here. Since Iron, like if let's say worst case scenario, I go to my Moltres here, because this is a pretty odd play. I mean, like, well, what the fuck is this gonna do? Like, that Great Tusk is not a great matchup. I'm guessing this might be Scarfed. This is also Tusk fodder for me, so we're gonna see if he's Scarfed. So he's Scarfed and he Headlong rushes, which is interesting for a couple reasons. It's interesting because that could have just, you know, my Moltres hard switch there would have put him in a bind. Secondly, it wouldn't cover for my Great Tusk switch, which will cover for your rocks anyway. And so for the long term, it's more important for me to go for my Stealth Rocks here. I could Rapid Spin, but his Ogerpon will likely come in. Actually, his Ogerpon is a pretty big problem. Spin plus rocks. It's better to spin first. Actually, I get best of both. This is amazing. I get actually best of both. It's a speed tie, which is fine. I get the Moltres matchup, so this is great. This is really great. I get to U-turn out here, and I've confirmed. So Iron Crown is his mon of choice. Why do people keep going Iron Crown on? I could have Flamethrower there. U-turn objectively was better though. Interesting. So Scarf, Great Tusk. My Great Tusk I've assessed and it wasn't necessary for victory. Iron Crown has taken enough damage to where my Zamazenta can put that in the dirt. My Moltres is going to be necessary for these two. And my Garg shits on quite a few things. I want to keep my Premier just in case the Iron Moth becomes an issue. But I'm forced to Prim here. Tycon Cutter is the only thing that would do any real damage to me. Oh, he's Choice Specs. Okay, that's useful. So he was gonna just sack his. That's fine. There's nothing other than Ogerpon. Ogerpon would be a big issue. But what I'll end up doing, instead of playing it in a way where I'm prioritizing Zamazenta in the end game, I'm actually gonna prioritize it in the early game. Because the way his team is structured, this actually works really well. One would assume he'd probably sack. I don't know where he'd go to here. I don't know. He goes hard Iron Moth, which is great for us because we get to body press twice. He reveals Psychic, so the Iron Moth is now invalidated, and then I can Iron Defense this later on and sweep. I probably could have played this a little cleaner. Drop. And once we force this out, it means Zenta. This is a really big problem for him. This Garganacl Terra Fairies and wins by itself if he's not careful. So Tycon Cutter makes sense here. Psychic Noise, interesting. Psychic Noise, okay. So his Choice Spec Psychic Noise. Assault Cure here. Because I need a little more damage on this Iron Crown. Because him Psychic Noising means Zamazenta comes in and Iron Defenses. So I think I'm good, but I'm not 100% certain if there's something I'm overlooking, so we're going to see. So we saw Cure again here as he opts for Tusk. And Tusk is odd, considering, let's say he were to rapid spin here. Rapid spin doesn't make sense. So what would be the options? I'd recover on the off chance. Yeah, rapid spin doesn't make sense because you just give me my my guard back. Iron defense on the ogre pawn. Yeah, I figured. He's salt cured. And that forces the Tycon cutter. Actually, do I get my Zenta and he's fucked? What would he use? What would he go to here? Would he go to Iron Crown this turn? Because what I'm thinking, I just go hard. Yeah, he goes Iron Crown, but I'll be fine. I just body press directly. I could have just killed your Iron Crown. If I body press there, you lose the game. So my opponent played this pretty, like, oddly, truth be told. I don't think he played this very well. I don't know if he just wasn't thinking about the long-term consequences. Yeah, this is a very interesting game for a lot of reasons, but we're gonna end up doing here. If I killed his, if I just body press there, so Roaring Moon comes out here. If he were, he has a Dragon Nance, but I'm guessing what, Terra Flying Acro would knock out my Molly. I still have Terra Fire in hand, so I could right, and I live one hit. He touches me twice, I get the burn. Great. This allows me to U-turn to cover for that, and Gargi just Iron defenses, and if he switches this out to Iron Crown, I just Terra Fire. So I could have played this a little cleaner, truth be told. Just Iron defense here, knocks. Okay. And if he switches out to Iron Crown at any point, it would have been fine. So just body press, force the Tycon cutter, and then that's good. Okay. Encore, something I didn't see coming. Which means he probably doesn't have, he probably doesn't have, that's fine. I want him to. Spikes matter for sure. I don't think it matters enough to where I switch out, because eventually I'll run out of recovers and I'll either struggle sweep. But I don't want his to for the power whip on a he expected me to predict, but reason to. Yeah, finally goes for that, and I just goes into, and really I just body press directly. I don't even need to take the Tycon cutter. I just Iron defense on the Roaring Moon. Pretty sure body press kills. I actually don't know. Let me run a calc on this. It wouldn't necessarily have to matter. I could just Iron defense. I could just Terra Fire, which would solve everything. Crunch body press. I just don't know how much body press does, or how bulky this thing is. I prefer not to take any damage if I can. I'm gonna take the damage, is better to Iron defense, you know. Zamazenta. OU Iron defense 82. Actually, I have more defense than that. 88. I have 94. Whatever it takes to get to 294. Iron Crown. OU choice specs. I keep running into this fucking thing. No defense boost, so let's make it Dancer. So body press does 33 to 39, crunch does 42, crunch KOs. But it's better to do this. Yeah. I actually don't think Encore works with, I just Iron defense here. As he knocks. I'm surprised he knocked, but I guess it doesn't matter. Would have burnt Roaring Moon. So that's surprised he knocked. But truth be told, I probably could have just fucking subbed, but it wouldn't have made any difference. And so same process, but the difference is here. Now I'm going to focus on what did I learn and what did I do well. We're not going to emphasize a ton of the, usually when I'm doing those really in-depth replay, those are 2, 3 to 4. Those are like when I'm really familiar with the metagame. Initially, if I'm just familiarizing myself with the metagame, then it's just about data. Okay, what does Ogre Pawn do? I saw Encore today, and so we're going to go over that stuff. So I may do a small scan just to say like, okay, when Moltres was assigned for Roaring Moon, which it ended up doing effectively, was assigned for Great Touch, which it ended up doing effectively, right? So it is, we said Zamazenta was gonna win the game, which it ended up doing effectively. Primarina was a potential win condition if it needed a decent amount of conditions met. So it wasn't like, okay, well, I'm, calm mind sleeping with that, because it, like, quite a few conditions need to be met. Because if I Terra Ghosted, I'm open to the Roaring Moon. It would protect me from this, but it would open me up to the Roaring Moon. So Primarina is useful, but not mandatory. And I think it ended up playing out that way because it ended up going down to, I don't remember what it ended up going down to. Did Primarina ever even come out that game? What did I have left? I had Garg, Moltres, and yeah, so Primarina did die. I just don't remember how it died. I think I sacked it to this, yeah, for the Tycon Cutter, yeah, or Psycho Boost. No, it Volt switched on me. That's what it was. Garg, we said Garg was very good if this went away, but if you notice the pattern from last game, is very difficult for me to KO this because nothing on my team lures it in except, actually nothing on my team lures it in except, well, Garg. And funnily enough, Moltres, because people, I guess, think Tyke, the Iron Crown, it just looks like its name should be Tycon Cutter. That's why I always call it that. Iron Crown is a flamethrower switch, and that's the second game in a row that's occurred. So maybe this is the equivalent of the Heatran Lando, the new Heatran Lando matchup. Garganical, successful. Great Tusk could have been successful, but the way we ended up playing it, I actually really like how we ended up using the Great Tusk because it's slower than everything on his team and gets KO'd by most of them. So we ended up getting Spin and Rocks, which is an excellent bang for our buck. Polt ended up getting sacked, and we assessed that Polt had no Shadow Ball switching, but the data we got from whether or not he was Choice Scarf Tusk ended up making all the difference. We learned a lot about Deoxys. We learned a lot about, Terra flying, Iron, this thing. I don't see too many Terra flyings anymore, so that was cool. I saw a Psychic Iron Moth, something I hadn't seen before. And Garganical being kept at the utmost was critical for that. Scarf Tusk, which is useful. And Spike's Encore Ogre Pawn. I've never seen that with dual stabs, so that was interesting. Ogre Pawn Cornerstone. Respect for even using that. And so after assessing that, I'd go, okay, well, looking at my team, I'd still have the same win con and so the Deoxys, we learned that Deoxys is knockoff, does about half. It does not 2-hit KO Dragapult, and so that allows for us to Shadow Ball into that. Deoxys speed is actually offensive. Psychic types in general is very offensively problematic to this team because I don't have a Steel type, no Dark type, nothing like that. So it's a sequence that doesn't usually matter, but in this case it does. I'm very weak to Ice as well because Kyurem is really the Ice abuser, and Freeze Dry covers Super Marina, so Ice is a big issue too. I really like the thought process on the Dragapult staying in here, because if we had switched to Garg, for example, saying we wanted to keep Drag, when we looked at his team, would Drag have been nice? Yes, right? I didn't want to just toss it, but at the very least we give him a choice at the next turn, right? Are you going to knock off, or are you going to go for the hazard, right? It might not have been Garg that we went to, truth be told. It might have been Prim. Prim probably made a little more sense, because Garg, we don't want to lose the item for that Iron Moth. Prim was decent I just didn't want the Prim matchup because that gives me the Ogre Pawn Cornerstone matchup. And as you can see, the Ogre Pawn forms give us a lot of trouble because grass plus rock destroys us. The only grass resists we have get destroyed by rock or water. So Great Tusk coming in on Dragapult kind of screamed Scarfed, but truth be told, he didn't have an alternative. Roaring Moon was getting clapped. Iron Moth was gonna have to give up the booster, and it might not knock me out. He might have to Terra to knock me out. Ogre Pawn is giving up its 30. Iron Crown is getting 8 by a fucking Shadow Ball. So I could have switched to Moltres here. My issue was if it was not Choice Scarf, because again we have Cesspool. If he's Choice Scarf and he gives me that data, it's great. If he was Choice Scarf and it was packing knockoff and I went Moltres, it would have been bad, right? Because we'd have lost Moltres' item and then he'd have swapped. Well, switch to probably Ogre Pawn on my Moltres. That makes the most sense. Or he could go Iron Moth. He'd go to something that disallows my Great Tusk from coming in. If this is Choice Scarf, I immediately get to remove. He knocks off. I immediately get to remove the Stealth Rocks, right? Or I get to put my own up, because at that point you're like, okay, well, you know, if he doesn't use knockoff, that he's probably not a knockoff variant. I also didn't want to risk him being like Assault Vest, Stone Edge, or something wonky like that. So if Dragapult was a more important Pokemon, then maybe. But yeah, we found out that Choice Scarf Great Tusk is a thing. That's something that I'll store in the memory banks. He ended up leaving the Tusken. What did I end up going for? I did Rapid Spin, right? Because my logic there is if Ogre Pawn Cornerstone comes in or Iron Moth comes in, Iron Moth coming in on my Tusk wouldn't have been a bad play. It wouldn't have been the end of the world. But one, I mean, that Iron Moth directly is a crazy play because I could just easily headlong rush you back and kill you. So, you know, but I decided, I was like, you know, Rapid Spin would get rid of the hazards. You can't stop it. And then more importantly, it would give me complete control the next turn unless he goes Iron Moth, which is very improbable. If I go for rocks and he switches, then he gets to get all the control. If he goes to the Tycon Cuttermon, if he goes to Iron Moth, he has all the control next turn. Whereas, so if I was gonna go for rocks anyway, I'm like, okay, well, I want to pressure the rocks. If I'm gonna sack the Tusk anyway, I wasn't intending to, but you know, if I did decide to sack the Tusk anyway, it'd be better to be +1 and have to stare down Iron Moth while my Great Tusk is at full health, because he wouldn't have stayed into Headlong Rush. Or I get up Stealth Rocks, then I gotta, he has all the control, and then I have to spin. So that's one of the few cases where the turn order matters a lot. And so I ended up getting everything I wanted, because I ended up getting up rocks, and I think he ended up switching out here. No, he didn't. And I could have flamethrowered, but why I didn't flamethrower is I did not want the Ogre Pawn Cornerstone to come in. Right, U-turn would cover for just about anything that could happen, except, as it turns out, the fucking Iron Crown. So, was it better to flamethrower, force Moth in, and then just hard switch out to my Garg? If he went Ogre Pawn Rock, I'd be feed Flamethrower, and then I'd sack the Great Tusk. But I suppose, all things considered, I just don't I think what happened here is Iron Crown was not even like a possibility in my head, and so I didn't play it in the way that. Plus the Prim and Tusk here are mid. Really what I was looking at is, okay, and I combined there because it didn't really matter what I clicked, especially if, you know, me baiting. I think I went to Tusk here. Yeah. It didn't really matter what I clicked. Surprised that he Ivy cudgeled. He probably thought that would have killed me. I doubt it at 50. At this point I was like, well, based on what I'm looking at, I don't see how he stops my Zamazenta. And I don't need a defense boost to be like all the time. Plus, if I get rid of his Iron Crown, I mean, he tried to throw it away. Like, if Iron Crown left, my Garg would have just ate. Now it turned out he has Encore, so that's something I do. So at this point, I'm like, okay, well, I should be fine just dealing with this in general. I substitute here, which works. If he Encored, that would have been bad. So that's something to be mindful for. I get to find out he has Psychic. I wouldn't have Psychicked here. Maybe he expected me to potentially Terrafire, so that makes sense. Now I know Body Press does 40% to Moth. So +2 after Rocks KOs Moth. That's useful. I end up going Garg. The beauty of Garg here is that even if he Terra Grounds, he wouldn't knock me out. But more importantly, I get rid of his speed. And once the speed is gone, I actually don't see how I just don't Iron Fence and sweep. And so I was leaning more into, okay, well, I should be good no matter what to sweep with Zamazenta. And at this point, I'm really just seeing what ways could he stop me. Not really, like, I'm not really in a place where I'm like worried about, what's it called? I'm not in a place where I'm like, oh my God, I don't know if I can win. And so right here, I end up going back to Garg because I know that it would likely lure this thing to stay. And the way he played, I could have went Moltres there, but since we don't know any data about the Roaring Moon quite yet, we want to keep Moltres at the utmost of health because it shuts down the Roaring Moon and the Grey Tusk. And so even if he would have gone to Ogerpon and knocked me out, that would have just given me a free turn to Iron Defense. And based on what I'm looking at right now, the moment I Iron Defense, this is over, unless one of these motherfuckers have like, this is Terra Psychic or Terra Fair, like Terra Ghost. Terras are a wild card that, because I'm not 100% sure on what Terras are common, I don't want to, so I went for the Saw Cure there because I wanted him to, I wanted to be at a position where the Iron Crown is pretty much dead and it's Zamazenta versus his last three. Zama versus his last three is great. And it ended up coming down to that anyway, because he ended up rapid spinning. This was a weird sequence. Rapid Spin was probably the worst play he could have made. Rapid Spin didn't help him at all. In fact, if I went Zenta this turn, he would have gotten swept already. Because I just Iron Defense, and no matter even if he boosts with the Roaring Moon, he gets fucked. So, you know, he ends up Iron Defense. I just Iron Defense there because I'm looking to bait in his Iron Crown. And then I think he goes hard Iron Crown here. When if I body press this turn, he's finished. But I end up going Zenta because even if he went Iron Crown, I've been fine and I would have gotten an extra turn of leftovers to bring me back to full as he goes to Grey Tusk. We just body press here. Actually, I body pressed not even running the calc on that, so that was actually an objectively poor play. After running the calc, I just thought that I killed him. But from this here, it says, I mean, it'd be like near impossible for him not to die because it says 33 min, but objectively not the best play. And so Moltres just makes objectively the most sense. He has to headlong rush. I'm actually surprised U-turn KO'd this. This is a Great Tusk. Oh, I crit. That makes sense. And so the Zenta matchup is where, okay, now Roaring Moon comes in. The fact that he went Roaring Moon first, I guess you kind of have to. But I'm thinking, okay, this must be Terra Ghost or Terra Flying. And so we keep Moltres at the utmost of health for Roaring Moon, which is what we discussed in the beginning. And fortunately, we connect the Will-O-Wisp. He'd have to touch us. If we miss, we'd get 3 chances to burn, so it's in our favor anyway. He'd either get burnt on the first acro or knock. He'd get burnt with the Will-O-Wisp, or he touches again and get burned. If he escaped all 3 and missed the Wisp, then fate was not in our favor that day. And so once we secure the burn, then all I have to do is just U-turn out into my Garganical. Because I still have Terra Fairy Garganical in hand, which shuts this down anyway. So it goes to the knockoff. The most important thing right now is just to get the boost. Now, Iron Defense. Was it better to Iron Defense or recover there? I don't think it mattered because Zenta was never losing to the Roaring Moon. So it really didn't matter what I did with the Garg here. But it's probably objectively better to recover. Or Salt Cure. Yeah, it's probably objectively better to do that or Salt Cure.
I don't think Iron Defense, it was just one of those things where it's like, I don't think it makes any difference. It goes Ogre Pawn, it reveals the Encore, so that's something. So from here on out, the remainder of the game, we kind of know what's going to happen. All of the rest of it was just, you know, straightforward. Nothing like, no thoughts were applied for the remainder of the game. So I'd go through and say, what did I learn or what did I do well? What I do well, I kept Moltres out of harm's way, right? So I didn't send Moltres mindlessly into Iron Moth. I didn't send Moltres mindlessly into Iron Crown. I didn't send it in Dio Speed. I said, okay, Roaring Moon can be a problem. Great Tusk can be a problem. Let's keep Moltres at bay until it's necessary. We got rid of Deoxys early, so we prioritized getting rid of the one thing that outsped and could thrash my Zamazenta early. I got up rocks accounting for the +2 KO on the Iron Moth, and that made a big deal because even big difference because with the rock switch, once Iron Defense, he was finished. Actually no, I think the body press damage I did on Moth was because of the +1 boost, so +2 might not kill him. I need to run the calcs for that. Let's do that right now actually. So even in this is where I'd get my calc knowledge going, because the fact that I have to calc and think about these things in real time is a big deal when you're assessing team preview, specifically when you get up into the tournament level of play. You don't want to be like, I think, because you're using all of your current brain power on just figuring out a calc. If you know the calc like the back of your head, the back of your hand, the back of your head, not the back of your hand, you don't have to waste mental energy considering what the calc is. So body press does a lot less than I expected. 44? Moth is packing D like that? Pause. Oh wow, that's pathetic. Okay, so I gotta account for that. With +3, not even +3 does it. So how did I +1? I got max on +1. That's where the confusion came from. I got max on the +1, so I was fortunate there. Okay, Iron Moth eating. I didn't know that. Iron Moth ate. So, okay, so we need a little bit more setup on Zenta before we're feeling cocky with the Iron Moth. That's for sure. I utilize my resources better, manage my resources better in this game. Going into this one, I really like how I knew exactly what each Pokemon was meant to do. I knew Primarina wasn't going to be super high value. I knew Great Tusk and Dragapult weren't going to be super high value. One sec. But yeah, and a second game where I was like, okay, let's assess what needs to happen for Zamazenta to sweep. Because all my calcs aren't just off the dome, it's not as easy. Let me actually see how much +1 body press does the Iron Crown. That's this calc I want to know. And calcs are under the knowledge category. So body press does more than crunch. Crunch is 42 to, what's this thing, defensive stat? Actually has base 100 defense, not bad. It has the really good split F. Okay, maybe that's why people keep switching Moltres into it. They think like, oh, it's invincible split F wise. What did I learn? Spikes, Encore, Ogre Pawn is a thing. Psychic Noise is something these run. I didn't know that. Body press does not do as much to mods as I thought. Even +1 only does 33 to 39. That's pathetic. Deoxys runs knock, maybe even superpower. I'm guessing. Probably didn't have Psycho Cutter. But I mean, why wouldn't you run max attack? That seemed like max attack. But just toss pull 8 then. Use max HP. Max to attack. Seems like it would make more sense. That's what I gathered from that. And so now you see why I was avoiding this process, because I'm like, man, it is tedious, but what it does is it ramps up, it reduces my losses a lot, because by the time I go into the next game, I have so much more data, particularly if you're using the same team over and over again.
And you have so much more data. And ooh, I like facing sun. I don't know why, so this is exciting. But you have a lot more data to work with because you assess so much. So let's assess what's here. Moltres literally gets crumbled by this Pokemon right here, unless he tears. Moltres can't do anything. Moltres is there for Tusk, Corviknight, but these two bad boys here just they love to see Moltres coming. But Tusk is a big enough problem to where Moltres is valid. And frankly, Corviknight isn't the easiest thing to kill without it. But, you know, 99% of the time, I'm not even going for a fucking flamethrower, so that's one thing. But yeah, for the Great Tusk to not be too annoying, Moltres is nice to have. It also defensively helps me deal with Screen Tails, because it's our only fair resist as we came to find out. Upon Iron Defensing, Zamazenta is... Screen Tails is Zamazenta's worst nightmare. Maybe not Terrifier, but this used to run Encore, so Zamazenta is absolutely trash ass with Screen Tail around. Primarina, upon that young calm mind, is dangerous. Primarina is a huge problem, but this shit right here. Garganical, huge issue when Terra Fairyed. Huge issue. So rocks are gonna be key because I can't have this shit switching in and out. But Garg, Terra Fairy can 6-0 my opponent. These two are gonna be a bitch, but that's an option. This is solid under the sun, but Corv is a bitch. Now motherfucking Dragapult with these young Shadow Balls on the rocks, death upon the land. And so rocks are gonna be going up versus only Tusk, Corv, and Cole. Death upon the land for sure. I need to control for the weather really well. Okay, so Death upon the land pulled immediately. Very surprised by a Torkoal lead here. AV Tusk. Okay, so this must be this must be motherfucking Stone Edge. If it is, then so be it. Knock off. Okay, I get the burn, which is great. So I actually don't even need to heal my Moltres here. So he gets an attack boost. This gets 309 defense. What does this do? This is probably banded or something like that. I want my rocks. If we were to crash, or what does this run? I know this thing runs Raging Fury too sometimes. Let's say I were to go Dragapult. Something in my soul says to Draco Meteor here. I just can't risk him Terrafiering. I don't know enough about what this does. Okay, Terrifier. So I could have covered Draco there. So something is about to get fucking put in a pack. Garg is too good. And Garg probably gets 8. My Zamazenta is good. Moltres gets put in a pack here. Moltres gets put in a pack here. Fortunately. He crash. Interesting. This is probably banded. It's not banded then. Iron defense here? Tusk. This is likely to rock her. I need to cover for sun. Watch, I'm staring down fucking actually maybe not. I was gonna say I'm staring down, but he has knockoff, so I might not be staring that down. I was gonna say I'm staring down Walking Wake. So he already terra'd, which is useful. Corviknight's a bitch, but it allows for my Dragapult to come in, particularly outside of the sun. That's a big deal. And so this can't have that. I can't have Walking Away coming in, so it doesn't take it well. Oh, and he wasted the U-turn. So if I get rocks up, that's blessed. Gouging Fire is an interesting play since it's outside of the Gouging Fire is not that strong. So since he's outside of the sun, I can't have him earthquaking. I don't think he'd go for Heat Crash. Yeah, Earthquake into guard just makes a lot of sense. If I Iron Defense, then I'm staring down Screen Tail. Oh, he just forfeits. I don't know why he did that. The Screen Tail must not have had Encore. But he didn't need to forfeit there. Screen Tail completely invalidated my Zenta. Again, unless it didn't have Encore, which we would have found out. We were finna find the fuck out. But that was far from over. But even in these games, we do a replay review. If it's short like this, then I just do instant replay. I wouldn't save it and go. So, what did we assess? We found what, oh, that's one thing that I need to practice. What can he guard against what? Those are fundamental questions we need to ask ourselves every time because it brings awareness. Do it. Ah, great. I'll have to pause this again. But we assessed what his weak points were, and Dragapult was the numero uno. He had a Solvis Tusk, which is useful to know. I could have Terra'd and killed his Tusk, to be fair. But that's a premature Terra, particularly when you have Moltres. It did open up the potential for a double switch, but I think it was a little too early to terrestrialize. Especially because my Garganical Terra Fairy is so good. And my Terra Fire on Zenta could have been useful, depending. It would definitely help with the Gouging Fire. Dragapult. Dragapult, let's see. I'm really weak to Walking Wake. I know I have Primarina, but if it's choice specs, might get 2 KO'd, especially if he Terra Waters. Primarina probably gets 2 KO'd by specs plus special attack boosted Wake. And then I struggle to Revenge Kill it, as you see. I don't have anything super effective against water. Other than Salt Cure, of course. Raging Bull, I mean, Gouging Fire, Heat Crash. How much I would have done to that? I don't know the calcs on that. Well, they one-shot my Moltres, so I'd probably two-shot my Garg. Garg has more defense and more HP, so maybe not. But it did 65. That's Terrified. Of course I'm getting 2-shot. Terrifier, boosted, Sun. Like, I'm definitely getting 2-shot by that. He couldn't guard against Pult. That was really the one thing he couldn't. Everything else, my Garg was really frustrating for him to switch into Salt Cure. Just a matter of getting up the rocks, really. Or getting up the rocks and keeping them. Trying to see. I just don't know enough about the sets because I'm trying to see. Okay, well, what am I not seeing? I know Bolt is dangerous. I know actually Tusk is dangerous with that. Garg situation really dangerous. Moltres key for what it was key for right there. You saw the Great Tusk. I think he was probably just frustrated also by the burn from the flame body as well. The Zanta just tilted him. Zenta. But he had no reason to forfeit. I think the Zenta tilted him because I was outside of the sun, maybe. And you know, if you went Torkoal, I'd just go back to Bolt and he'd have to give up on mine. But he had Tusk to sack, so. No, he already sacked Tusk at that point. From Arena, Calm Minding. Since I forced a Terra on his Gouging Fire was pretty dangerous. Yeah, I'd have to see how it plays out and see what the common sets are. But what I did well, I led well. Really like how I led. I kept the pressure on. I did not get overzealous and Terra Ghost KO the Tusk. Sure, I could have kept the item on Moltres, but I didn't know the Tusk would have anything to even touch my Moltres, truth be told. So I figured it wouldn't have been an issue regardless. I gave him the opportunity to double switch, but that's risky as well if I choose to terrestrialize, or if I just say fuck it, I'm just gonna attack him again. So knockoff was objectively best play. I was fortunate to get the burn there. The Moltres was great, and it was a really good play going for the U-turn here. What did I end up doing? I went to Dragapult. I just don't know enough about this. Like, if he's plus attack and they run Earthquake, then my Garg is not a good matchup. But then he might just say, fuck it, I'm just gonna Dragon Dance in front of the Garganical and terrestrialize him. Morning Sun. Then if I switch around, it's a problem. So I thought objectively this was just the best play. If he Dragon Dances and Terra Fairies, then at the very least I get to U-turn out into whatever I want. Likely Moltres at that point, because now I can burn him, force him to KO me and get the Gargan, right? Because he's probably gonna be like fire move and ground move. So it ends up going for terrestrialization, and my Garg comes in. There were a couple things I could have done here. I could have went Zinta, but since that's not a recoil move, I keep thinking it's Flare Blitz because it looks like it. Garg Salt Curing here covers for every option. I thought about Iron Defensing, but maybe Iron Defense was objectively better. Though the thing is, if I got the Salt Cure damage, then I think Iron Defense was the play there actually. I don't think Salt Cure was the play. I get to keep the... If I get the Salt Cure damage on the Gouging Fire though, it's not something that's over the top. The thing is, I just get to... If he did Heat Crash, I get to keep Garg. But he's probably thinking, okay, well, these tend to run Protect, so if I Salt Cure him, he's going to take a ton from that Salt Cure turn. And if I Protect against Salt Cure and he doesn't 2k, the Gouging Fire is super low, to the point where he might die to rocks, so that's valid. So that makes sense there positionally as well, and I wanted to get rocks up, so that was a really good play. Rocks are very important. I understand that if he goes to Corviknight, that reopens the big problem known as... Actually, no, he never sacked his Tusk. He just ended up taking the damage from the Shadow Ball. I think went back to Gouging Fire and then forfeit. So no, he could have... he was definitely far from out of the game. He actually forfeit with more Pokemon than me. Not that that makes a difference in mines, but I think that's just a funny situation. Yeah, so I have to leave again, so I'll pause and then I'll come back. This is like go take a water break, come back and ladder, which really your state of mind is most important because you can make the best decisions that way, but this is not intentional. But yeah, I don't want to grab another game and have it take too long to where I'm gonna have to rush out, so pause. Okay, so we're back for third or fourth battle. I think fourth, because the sun one it's an hour after that now, so technically this has been going on for probably almost 4 hours, but on the thing it says 2 hours. So let's break it down. Molly for Landers, Roaring Moon, Gambit potentially, and Fenne's Terrifier, and potentially even Goldie. The Moltres is quite good. If he mindlessly Samurai leads, that's one less Moltres mine gone, and if the Iron Moth can't touch Garg, that's one other thing gone immediately. So Moltres is very, very critical. Zamazenta upon Iron Defense and can clap everything except that Goldengo. Moth to a lesser extent, but we already went over that, so we don't have to go over that again. Prim upon CMing, actually really good. He has 3 dark types, so that's a little problematic. I actually don't want a Terra in this game. Prefer to remain fairy. Makes Iron Moth a little more problematic, but you know, it can be done, especially if I get a substitute going. I'm thinking as if I were to Prim lead and CM spam versus Rot and let him mindless ceaseless edge clap his then go down with my Great Tusk. What would that look like? Tusk core purpose. Also Gambino, but you know, nothing crazy. Bolt with 3 dark types. Draco Meteor is very, very problematic for him. It's situational. Pole's really good versus Ma. To keep that tucked. So what don't I got? What doesn't he guard against? I'm gonna try to. Who would be the best? Not Garg. Garg has a lot of, not a lot, but a decent bit of resistance here. But if he gives me Goldengo, it might be possible. Early Prim opening up his team might be key, and using Moltres in the back is a big deal. So Goldie's something I did not anticipate here, which lets me think he's scarfed. I'd be really tight if he tricked. It makes me think he's scarfed. Because why would you want, if it's Assault Vest, Goldie, I mean Goldie versus Prim is not a matchup you want. I presume some weird thing. Tusk is also a matchup you don't want. Prim is really important. So I'd just be really tight if he goes to a Calm Mind. But Nasty Plot, if I don't Calm Mind, is a big deal too. Thunderwave, of course. I get the CM off, which is a huge turn. This is a huge turn. Please, for the love of God, get it off. So he can't heal X. My Prim being weakened is a big problem. That's first turn is a huge para. So Calm Mind's X is doing 30%. If I were to Calm Mind again, he's gonna do 30. I get the CM off. 23 probably can't get 23. It's gonna be close. He got a good roll on that second. Well, actually, he did 32. It's hard to say. It fucking KO'd me. So I lost a lot of value in those previous turns just now. But nothing that I can't win with. Maybe I should have ironed, because if I got the hit off on that, then Zenta could pull through. But since he's Hex T-Wave, so these Landos are faster than Tusk. That's good data. EQ, but they can't kill Tusk, and this one is okay. So the Lando is gone. Okay, let me slow down and think, because I'm this para. So what are you gonna do? I KO'd Lando. Now he's opting for Balloon Gambit. Gambit's a strange play. But let's say it's, the reason being is that, as we talked about, Molly is a big problem. So if he goes for Iron Head and it doesn't get, yeah, I was gonna say, like, you risk getting the you know what. Samurai's a big issue, potentially. Enough so to where, okay, say Balloon. Not sure what to expect here, but that's fine. I just don't want him to be high enough on else. So yeah, Swords Dance doesn't matter. We just hard Molly again. I don't want the Samurai in. Roost here. Fallen One should do decent damage. Okay. These suckers here. Good damage. That was a good sequence. It's just that so Samurai takes rocks damage. Ceaseless Edge would be an issue. The issue is I don't want I have my Terra Fairy Guard, so I'm not as concerned. But I do want to be mindful of his Iron Moth. And let me see, if I Terra Water this, that would mean Roaring Moon would suffer, and I'd get to roost. I still have my boots on this. Would I ever get to spin? Not necessarily. What are my options here? If I go Zenta, let's go hard Zent. The Razor Shells directly, which is great for us. I actually expected Ceaseless Edge, so I'm actually really happy to hear that. I get to sub here. It's Terra Ghost. I'm really glad he Terra'd. I'm not sure why. It's a bit aggressive. Yeah, hard Goldie. That's perfect. That's what I needed him to do. He was Helmet to Goldie though. That's weird. Where did my... Oh, he got a defense charm. I'm like, where did my thing go? So now I have the Terra Fairy, which invalidates the Roaring Moon. So all I need to do here is just really crunch. Fire Dance is a good play, but unless it's like some weird Terra on guard, I'll be fine. This beats Roaring Moon and the Samurai remaining. So better to sack the Great Tusk and probably Polt. No, I don't want to guard. Let's say these can run Terra sometimes. These, I go Polt. It goes Samurai. Actually, that's fine. I doubt he'd have, unless he has like Giga Drain or something. But yeah, Psychic does nothing. And all I do is Terra Fairy. Because he goes for EQ here. Terra Fairy recover. And Iron Defense and Guard prevails. Usually these don't have Iron Defense, so I know he didn't see that coming. Saved by a roll. What was the roll? Was there a roll in this? Okay. Was there some kind of roll that I'm not aware of? Wasn't even in this game because of the oh, I think he's talking about the Grey Tusk. Do we have a matchup with the Tusk? Lander is steering. Oh, he thinks Earthquake does 50% to my Grey Tusk. I mean, that's the only role I can think of. Not done anything he has to say matters. It's just so, but this is a really good example. So most players play like this. I lost the game. I blame my opponent or the meta game, or in this case, this is a rare example where it says it blames the team, and then X's out and loads up the next game. What do you think he learned from that? I didn't need to learn anything because he didn't lose because of any inadequacies. He lost because, you know, the team was just so oppressive and shit. And what's interesting about this particular game is that no play I made was. Well, it's funny also, if I was AV Prim, I would have crushed his Goldie. But none of the plays I made were like some kind of crazy move that nobody could see coming. So, you know, I say that because other than the Iron Defense, perhaps. So yeah. That should have made it easier to potentially deal with it. None of this was fancy. But at this point I do the what did we learn, what did we do well? So what did I learn here? Since this is a shorter game. So I had the first turn. Okay, but so let's see. For Marina. So if I were to assess, Primarine actually really well executed lead. Really well thought out lead. Primarina was perfect. We assessed that Moltres was that's probably the one thing that I'm like, but I don't regret the decision. Him playing the gambit the way he did, I couldn't have predicted. So I don't regret that decision. Meaning like having Moltres. To be fair, maybe in hindsight, it wasn't worth taking the sucker punch on Gambit. It probably was superior to go Zenta on the Gambit. And just give him my defense boost because I know I'll KO him. It's very pesky for the Goldingo to get a free switch, which was the issue, right? So if I went Zenta and KO'd his Gambit, I guess I could have subbed, but it turns out he was Rocky Helmet Goldie, which means he definitely had recover on that, and is probably Rocky Helmet for Zenta in particular. But I'm really pleased with it because you just never know the gimmicks people are gonna do, and it happened to be T-Wave Hex. Fortunately, I got the Calm Mind off because that would have been the biggest turn to not get the Calm Mind off. I now know that Liquid Voice does not even 2 KO Goldengo, which is pretty shit. If we got the second Liquid Voice off, it would have changed everything because we would have won that 1v1. But D-Wave users, they're D-Waving for a reason. Now I've also seen another situation where my Lando is faster than my Tusk, so I'm guessing that's the standard. The difference is that one was soft sand, I believe, based on the EQ damage. You're not doing 49 to a Tusk. That was soft sand Jolly, so that's also something to consider. So what did we learn here? Moth. What did the moths? That's the second psychic moth I've run into. So moth is running psychic. So that's something to consider. Maybe out instead of sub or instead of Terra Blast or psychic or something. Or maybe Pex's usage is increasing. For Glamora, not sure. Roaring Moon, we didn't get to see much of that. Standard EQ is to be expected. Rocky Helmet T-Wave is new. Terra Ghost Samurai, that's the second time I've encountered that. I lost a game because somebody was Terra Ghost, so Terra Ghost seems to be the standard. So that's useful. Gambit, Air Balloon. It was unfortunate for him to get burned, but that's the risk you take iron hitting in that position. So I learned that. Alright, what else? Anything else you learned? We'll play through the turns. I learned that Goldie does a ton with Hex. 30 something, I guess, at +1 as a Primarina is nothing. So that turn right there was big. That was a big turn. Because it gave him the leverage since I didn't 2-KO him. Yeah. And the second Hex, he got the 33 roll, which made all the difference. So had I probably should have Liquid Voiced that turn. I just thought that it would do less, and I'd be able to comment. I'd be closer to 30 than to 23. So he got a 33 roll, and then he probably got like a little above the roll here. This probably wasn't a guarantee KO. But Liquid Voice was actually smarter here. So this is a misplay. Even if he gets to recover, I can just Liquid Voice spam until I get outside of with leftovers. So it's actually more beneficial for me to go for Liquid Voice here. Have him KO me again. If he recover spams, I'll Liquid Voice him that turn, and the next turn I'd be actually outside of the range, even with +1. Would have been close. Because I would have Liquid Voiced here, he recovered, I'd be at 30-ish, but he couldn't recover again, and that would have kept him in range for my Zamazenta, which is the only relevance this Goldengo has. So at that point, when I Iron Defense, it'd just be a complete bulldoze versus it being at 54 made a difference. And now, so this was a misplay actually. So typically you wouldn't go through and look for misplays. You just look for what you earned and what you did well. Because I'm a bit past that point, I just wanted to illustrate that. Since I'm a bit past that point, I'll assess a turn in real time. Plus, since I'm narrating, This is a misplay. If I survived, it wasn't a misplay, but since I didn't. And so here, Rox was objectively the best turn, no matter what he did. Plus, he showed that he had Hex, which implied that probably Nasty Plot Hex. I don't think he'd be Make It Rain, no Nasty Plot. It's a very strange set. Definitely has Recover. But even if he stayed in there, that's not really the point. So this allows for Lando, and he does 50. I guess that was the role he's talking about. Extra gives up Lando here. This doesn't matter that much. But based on the fact that he had Soft Sand, he probably had Stone Edge as well. And that would have been useful for Moltres, as I Rapid Spin there, objectively good. Because that forces in the Samrush / Gambit or Iron Moth, as he opts for Gambit here. It's obvious that my next move is going to be Headlong Rush, but the Iron Heads, which even that didn't make sense. The best play there was Kowtow. If Zenta comes in, you're not doing shit with Iron Head anyway. If Moltres comes in, you at least do a bit more with Iron Head. If Iron Head did 21, Kowtow would have done 42. So, or actually more than that, probably close to 50, good lord. And so then he leaves the Moltres in, which, I mean, to leave the Zenta in, the Gambit in. So right here, I just didn't want the Samurott matchup. And I figured, okay, well, if he does stay in, I'm outside of range. So he ends up Swords Dancing. I figured he would just Kowtow Queeve there. But around here, I shouldn't have let Moltres take the hit. I probably could have just gone to Zenta, because I ended up allowing my Moltres to take too much damage when he had a then go Roaring Moon, and well, the Moth doesn't matter as much. But right here, I could have easily just went to Zenta or just given up my Tusk, you know. So this wasn't that Gambit took way too much value for me. So I didn't expect him to Razor Shell, but that's a smart Razor Shell because Moltres is objectively very problematic. He gets the defense drop, which is going to end up mattering. End up Ceaseless Edging here, which was silly because if Razor Shell did 27, what's that? Before the defense drop, but he would probably ends up Ceaseless Edging because he expected me to Iron Defense. But this is what I'm talking about, the mindless Ceaseless Edge, and then he mindless then goes here. Probably could have kept the Samurott in, because go hard switch to Goldie means you're screwed. I guess he thought I was gonna Iron Defense. If you have a full health Go, it's not gonna. I didn't expect Rocky Helmet, so actually could have been problematic. He made a really good what's it called play there, and we confirmed that body press does nothing. So you can see that we're using the calcs. Now I have the head calcs of the body press damage at +1, so I know no boost will do nothing. So I just prioritize going for the damage here. Sack Tusk. Wait, where did the spikes go? Spikes. Alright. Crunch, Golden Iron Moth. Oh, it is Earthbite. You just can't see the spike. Okay. I'm like, where the hell did this spike go? And so this was a key turn because I know Earthquake is objectively his best play. What's interesting is that Earthquake might not have killed me, which is ridiculous. Based on how much it did 28, it would have been double that. No. Yeah, it would have been double that. It would have been around 60, depending. And so when he saw that, his heart sunk when he saw the Iron Defense. But it wouldn't have really mattered that much what I went for, even if I Salt Cured. The combination of Salt Cure and Protect and all that would have been too much either way. And then the Samurai would obviously just lost to Zenta. But yeah. So what did we do well? I really did well about removing that which prevents my Garganical from having a Slay. What else did I do well? I led very well, accounting for most of his team, because Prim isn't something you typically see in a lead option. our lead slot there. I led very well. I kept Garganical tucked for the Iron Moth, so I didn't throw it out into anything, though his team was very anti-Garganical, so not too much for me to throw it into. Stealth rocked very well. That broke any sash the Samurai could have. And that was a critical. The rocks on Moth is so critical. It coming at 75 versus 100 is so critical. Specifically with my team. If it's the right Moth set, it could really give me a hard time. So, what else did we do well? I like that I identified early that Moltres was the man or the woman. I like that I identified that Zamazenta in the cut, so we kept that tuck. I actually like that I prioritized weakening the Goldengo with Prim rather than trying to switch around, because I could have tried to, no, he's hex spamming, I'm gonna switch around and go to Moltres and all that stuff, but I said no, we need to. I should have liquid voiced. So that was a lot of that was some good consideration there. Interesting team. Molly was a Moltres core purpose. Does it wall anything in particular? Cinderace and I don't know what I was gonna say. Hatterene, Enamorous, and Moltres. Like Moltres is great versus these two. It can help with Goldengo as well, depending on what the Goldengo stuff. Goldengo is such a pesky Pokemon, so it's hard to say. Zamazenta probably has encountered its worst matchup of all time. Like, not necessarily. If this is Hazeless, then not, but that's fairly unlikely. Actually, that if it's Haze Specs, I just notice how weak to Haze Specs I am. Now, what I do have going for me is Garganical, but the Goldengo is such a problem. So my guard would destroy him if it's not Goldengo. Wasn't for Goldengo. I could definitely make a case for Terra Water Garg on this team, but there are fairies holding it down. I just have to adjust the team around it. I'm very excited to see how I'm going to manage to pull this one out, because this particular team looks very, very, very tricky to get around. Now, what's interesting and who's interesting is actually my Great Tusk. Great Tusk offensively, I'm going to use very different than I usually would. I'm going to want to burn Pex, but it's very improbable that that's going to happen. Or if he allows me to destroy his Garganical on a key turn, my Dragapult Specs Terrago Shadow Ball can really run amok. But Great Tusk is going to be the key. And my Garganical. So it's going to be very important to get up in rocks. Turn on potentially Gliscor lead. Do I want... I'm not going to knock it out with Ice Spin, or do I want to get Toxic on my Tusk? I don't. Actually, really don't want to get Toxic on Tusk. How do I deal with Gliscor? I could... Chicken a Primarina. Okay, so they're showing out Cinderace. This is great. This is wonderful. So we're gonna get a lot of information here. If that Pex has, so we're gonna Psychic Noise immediately. That looks offensive. So Pex comes in, which is to be expected. We're gonna get a lot of data on this Pex here. Sludge Bomb, is that AV? Sludge Bomb. If this is AV, then that might be my way out, because that means I Terra Ghost and see him AV. I mean, I'd assume it's AV, right? Like, so if I were to... Oh, man. Okay, so how would I get my health back? If I sub CM here. If this is AV, then that means my... Okay. I need a Terra Berry Guard. It would be nice. But it's not mandatory. Terra Ghost would be nice. And if I see Sludge Bomb, if this is not AV, I'm gonna be pissed. Alright, let's see what he's got. This is a big turn. I really wish I see him first. Okay. This is great. I doubt it's Ace. SAB. Means something dies here. Or what? I could liquid voice directly, but I'm not sure what he goes to. Probably gold angle. Yeah. Let's see what got a ball. Liquid voice. This shit did nothing. Goldie is going to. If I get rid of gold angle, my Garganical goes crazy. But I don't want to take a shadow ball from this. I'll eat. Do I take a shadow ball? I mean, my fucking Samazenta is gonna be so good after this. There's no way this is choice specs and took 70%. Okay. I'm almost in sub range, so score comes in. Score is gonna have to EQ. So be it. My Tusk is looking really good here. He actually knocks. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I spin it directly. Garganical is a wild play. I'm headlong rushing directly though. Oh, it's Terra Fairy. Okay, fair enough. So I forced a Terra on the Garg. It just depends on what kind of Garg it is. But I'll have to get my what's his face back. It's probably rocks though. He double Saw Cures here for sure. So we managed to find an opening with my Primarina. And it KO'd a really critical mon, so my Garg is looking really cool here. So let's play this slowly. So he is Stealth Rock on this, which meant I could have Stealth Rock there. That's fine though, because I can Ice Spinner. Back in a Tusk we go. I lost my item, but you know, it is what it is. And so I want rocks up too. So yeah, in Salcare. We can play that Salcare game. Salcare spams. Okay, Gliscor is not. Maybe lefties. Actually, maybe Toxic Nox. Ice Spinner directly. I am not playing with this motherfucking Gliscor. I am not predicting. I am Ice Spinnering 10 times out of 10. Okay. He felt jiggy and did some irrational stuff. There is literally no reason to go in Amherst there. I guess he feared headlong rush on the Garg switch, but it just wasn't necessary. So what I'll do is spin to force the. If I just go for, I'm really tempted to go to the Primarina here. If he Salt Cures, my Prim is done for it. I can patience this out a bit longer. He protects. Okay, we'll Salt Cure again. I really wanted to get the Prim switch because now I know his full set, and Prim's what's his face makes a huge difference. So this now means that my Samazenta should prevail. Literally the only two things that were gonna stand in the way of the King Zenta are eliminated, and so now all I need to do is save my Garg. Because he recovers here. Oh, he Salt Cures here. Doesn't really make a difference to that. I could just Iron Defense spam actually. Let's just play the Iron Defense game. Toxapex. Okay. A Salt Cure. Actually, this is reckless. To be fair, it's the Salt Cure plus. Surf's gonna do a little more than I'd like. This is definitely AV. If I Salt Cure this, then go to Zenta, isn't that game? I'll probably live. Yeah. Then I get the Salt Cure, so I can come back in. Do I give up Primarina? I think so. Primarina is a worthy sack here. You've done well. And I go Zenta and sub. I doubt Pex is breaking my sub, but even if it does, okay, it had toxic this whole time. Wow. Iron defense here. Oh, this thing was not even okay. I'm very surprised by that. And guard can't touch Zenta, so this is just setup fodder. We go +6. See how much this does. So it protects. I'm curious how much this does. Oh, 54. Likes. We just body press spam. The PP is annoying, but body press spam until we get a crit or a chaos. Just body press again, and Cinderace gets dropped. We always just sub. So we managed to find a way, given what we learned last time. This does nothing. Good lord, it did nothing. And we just PP style recover here. 5 recovers, 8 body presses. Yeah. So I just crunch spam until it protects. I crunch spam until I get a defense drop. We just slow down so I make sure. Okay. Now we body press. Guard probably can take 2. Yeah. He's using up a lot of his protects. Get the defense drop, blessed. Now we body press. Guard gets, so body press doing 52. Guard's taking how much? That did nothing to his guard, which is embarrassing. But once I get enough damage, because he can't force my Zenta out. So he goes back to Garganical. I get the defense drop, which is fairly lucky. X. Good. That was a good 49%. Gets the recovery here. It's a good defense drop there, but I can just crunch spam now. There's no point in me body pressing into Pex. Should protect, yeah. 14 crunches, 9 protects, 3 recovers. So Garganical by itself, mine by itself will defeat. And I could just bring the Zenta back in and PP stall. So yeah, just crunch again. I'm just getting really lucky with the defense drops. It's unusual. Unusually lucky. Iron defense here. And he can't switch stall because of the leftovers. So that's iron defense. I'll actually just crunch. What did he go for? He went for surf and it didn't break sub. Zenta is at, just crunch again. No guard. I get a crit on the switch, which is huge. Let me think. If I press this turn, I crunch here. Yeah. I thought about that. I was like, even if he were, actually, probably was objectively better to body press because then I just win with Dragapults. That was a really important. But now the Pex gets smashed, and the Grey Tusk is inevitable. Because he's gonna have to give up one of these mons here. But I'm just gonna crunch spam on Pex. I'm not gonna. Well, if I body press here, the Pex dies and the guard comes back. How relevant is Pex compared to guard? Not very. But he did really well installing on my body presses. So in the future, I need to be more mindful of that. Because if I body press here, well, actually, if I body press, he goes guard, recovers. Okay, he goes Cinderace. Cinderace is a good play. You want a forfeit. Should finally bring myself recover. Goes organically here. Doesn't make a difference. So. Get toxic every time and hope for the best. Man, this thing is bulky. When I saw a sludge bomb, I was like, no way, bro. No way, Jose. Toxic. This guard gets 3 recovers. Should be a little careful. It's in the race. I killed this ace. Ace was dead, then Tusk wins. How many Surge Sludge Bombs? Yeah. Let me play this just objectively properly. I'm not. I can stall out the Sludge Bomb. I have 2 crunches left. I get a defense drop on a crucial turn. What do I want to do here? Got a couple options. I could go. I could just body press here directly. I could go hard pulse. He recovers here. I could go hard. My Tusk is. Really, all I need is this Hexagon and. Let me think if I body press here. This does die. But then he's gonna get his Garganical back up to full. Take the KO. He doesn't die, it's a big deal. Let me think this through. I'm trying to wrap this particular game up, but I want to make sure. Because I was into his body presses do a lot less than I expected to. I should have accounted for that. He had a lot of protect mons. I just thought it was an auto win, and it was not an auto win. If I get a KO here, he could just switch out to Cinderace. He's toxic on the picks. It's a big deal. Okay. So Garg is gonna heal. But the guard can't do anything back to me. Stealth rocks. I guess my guard might die if he wins a speed tie. That's something I didn't account for. I might have just thrown. If I did, that's good. I deserved it. Okay. Over. Iron defense, spam. He's gonna stealth rock. Bam. Yeah. He has a lot of salt cures left. I actually left this game up to luck. I could lose now. No, I just rapid spin with my Tusk, never mind. Let's spin with Tusk. We're gonna stall out all these I spin with Tusk and heal my Garg. But it shouldn't have even been anywhere near this close. He has 24 stealth rocks. I have He has more stealth rocks. I go Tusk on a particular turn, but I'd never risk my Tusk here. I'd rather lose Zenta than Tusk. That's a sack. But yeah, I didn't use my body presses on Zenta well, and I didn't think guard could take so little at +6. Like it literally, I use iron defense guard, so I'm like, okay, bet. But it literally did nothing at +6. This must be max defense guard. But what I need to do in this particular case is go to my Tusk rapid spin these hazards away as he Soul Cures me, and then I'll go to my Garganical and I'll recover, and then he's gonna be Soul Curable. And my Garg will be too healthy. Plus I have leftovers. But yeah, I didn't play this particularly smoothly, truth be told. Not in the end game. So these are usually the most pain in the ass ones to review, but they're the ones that get the most value because they're so lengthy. As a matter of fact, I'll do the review mid-battle since he just said fuck it. Yeah, he just said screw it. But these are the most pesky to review. So one of these is one that I download replay, or upload and share replay. This is one where I'd go deep. I want to do this. I was thinking, I actually wasn't laughing at the replay. I was laughing at my go deep comment. And I was like, yeah, that's what she said. But you know, that's for a story from another time. I just couldn't resist. My opponent definitely made some plays that made this easier for me. Really just one core play, which was going in Amherst on my Tusk. That was objectively bad play. I got so much data from this game. Great. And so go to first turn. Yeah, this one was contingent on quite a few things. At team preview, when I was assessing it, if I knew his specs would be a hazeless specs, I would have terrored my Primarina very early, which would have meant that I'd have clapped the Goldengo very early. I'm very disappointed actually with how much Primarina does at +2. Like at +1 is not even a 2 KO on Goldengo. I'm actually gonna run a calc on it. See, but that matchup is coming up enough to where you bulky combine +1 psychic noise, iron crown, Goldengo. Just in case all these Goldengos are just like some bulky sets and I'm thinking, oh, this shit is. So it says psychic noise does, huh? How is that possible? 42 to 50. Actually, no, that's about right. That's about right. That Goldengo we faced. So that was a max HP Goldengo, the Rocky Helmet one. I ate it up. Means his hexes were doing nothing. Yeah, because if it's, okay, I'm pleased with that. I'm like, how is that doing so little? +1, like that's pathetic. I'm facing a lot of max HP Goldengos. That may be the standard now. Because of the length of this bit, I'm not gonna go ultra in depth. I'm gonna just take the what did I learn, what did I do well from this. But assessing this, Garg is tricky to kill. particularly Terra Fairy, as we saw. Primarina is amazing at opening up teams. So that was a really good example of opening up a team and making something become a huge problem, because Garg became a menace. Now, I got a little impatient in the end. That's because I thought +6 Zamazenta would just run through the 6. So, you know, when I salt cured his pecs, they were just, I could have played that game a lot longer. I legitimately thought one Zamazenta gets in for free, I sack the Primarina, boom, 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 and it's like a guaranteed 6-0. But it wasn't. And so I could have played that game out a lot slower. But what did I do? Well, stuck to the plan, right? What do we need to remove? We needed to remove Golden or weaken it significantly for Garganic Lord Zamazenta. Mission achieved early. We needed to identify what kind of Toxapex it was, right? So I sub-CM'd early to lure the Toxapex out. Plus, Primarina is a huge problem to this team anyway, so if you notice, we're taking what we learned from like game 1 or something like that, review, and I was like, you know, I could use Primarina more in a opening up for the remainder of the team role, and that's exactly what we did there, because we didn't even sack it. Traded for Goldengo, but we didn't even sack it. Then he went to Gliscor and we were back in the game, and I could have came back, and if I got a sub back on his Toxapex, it would have been well, I wouldn't sub because surf me and whatnot. I wouldn't do much back, but you get the point. It wasn't over, is what I'm saying. Primarina could return. The great Prim could return. It being Terra ghosted there is a bitch. If we knew Pex would be that, there's no way we could know that. I would have calm minded on the Cinderace turn. If I calm minded on the Cinderace turn, that game was a wash. I think I would have actually just won the game there, or I'd have mutilated half of his team, because calm mind on the Prim turn, then sub on the Terra Ghost. That's +3 right there. Matter of fact, I wouldn't have even if I got +2, I wouldn't even +3. I'd just go straight for Hyper Voice, right? Because by the time Pex breaks my sub, I'm back to full. And I can just Hyper Voice what's likely Goldengo on the switch, because I don't want to take 2 Shadow Balls. No, I want, if the Golden comes and it's just my sub that's taking the Shadow Ball. If I have to sub again, then it puts me in a bind. Dragapult, I don't think ever touched the field this battle, which is interesting. I'm getting better at identifying what I need. Moltres, I don't know if it ever touched the field this game, because it was there for Enamorous, Cinderace, and it was helpful for Goldengo. And Cinderace and Enamorous, when they did come out, Enamorous didn't matter. Cinderace is versus Prim, so I had the edge in that situation. So Moltres never needed to come out. Dragapult never needed to come out. Definitely wondering if there's a use case for Hexbolt, because Lord knows. Face a lot of Gliscors. A lot of we're facing a lot of burnt fixes. I don't have enough status though. Enough status on. That's something to think about. I learned that Pex runs Toxic Sludge Bomb Surf, and it wasn't Assault Vest. I learned Spikes on Gliscor seems to be fairly standard. Protect Garg seems to be standard as well. I was interested. I was surprised to see this be Libero, probably offensive based on the U-turn damage. I didn't get that much data. I learned that Zamazenta does not 1v1 Garg if it doesn't have all its ducks in a row. I don't have any knockoff users, so I can't get rid of Garg's item ahead of time. But I gotta make sure that I am on point with those Garganicals. It's just not as sufficient. Or stall out a lot of recovers. Prim is a beast in the right position. Garg does Garg thing as we do. Tusk beasted. Tusk just beasted. Just held the team down all the way. I'm really glad I didn't let him get up more spikes, given how the endgame went. So a lot of this game was just learning roles. And I'm glad with how I set up next game. The next member on the team. What else did I learn? A lot of the stuff I'd already encountered. I'm pleased with the mid game. The end game could have been better, particularly the PP stall. I got to be more mindful of when people have protect and regen like that. I was getting really lucky with the crunch defense drops. But yeah, that could be executed way better. So something to be mindful of moving forward. So we're gonna grab another one. Alright, this is a very cool team, Johnny Tots. Why does that name sound so familiar? Johnny Tots. But okay, so what's Moltres' core purpose here? Roaring Moon, Cinderace. He has a Curum, which does change the dynamic. I haven't faced a Manaphy. I don't think I've seen a Manaphy since I've returned. That's a problem, potentially. Zamazenta cleans the home, I tell you. Terrifier cleans the home. So we're gonna lean heavily into Terrifier. I want that Klefki gone early. Terrifier Zenta cleans the home, I tell you. So we're gonna lean heavily into that. He has a Klefki and... Oh, I see what we're dealing with here. This must be some kind of screens shit. Okay. I still have Infiltrator, so I'm not overly concerned about that. So Moltres, keep Moltres at bay for Roaring Moon and Cinderace. I literally have no reason to switch Moltres into anything else. Zamazenta is endgame. Primarina, early game, deadly just like the other ones. Dragapults, late game's great. Garganicles, what's that move called? Iron Defense can clap. Great Tusk is midish. Very midish. Very well. Klefki's a bitch to deal with here. I figured Klefki would be staring me down. I can't risk a T-Wave. So what was the guard played for Jam? I had to account for, I'm surprised he went for spikes. If I headlong rush here, I'm staring down my Curum. Oh boy. Curum is just a pain to me. Let me think. Rapid Spin versus Rocks versus Curum free switch, Rapid Spin. Spikes. Curum free switch. Rapid Spin. Actually gonna spin here. Okay. It's actually the best of all. Unless this has like I wish I had long rush there. Clef is something I want to see. Do I want to see Clef? Let's see what this is gonna do. I don't know what to expect here. This like some bullshit. It's unaware. Bruh, are you serious? To start us off? For real? Okay. Let's keep your composure, Jam. Because I have Psychic Noise, which gives me an edge. And I am boosted before him. And I force him to wear off his screens, which is good. Psyshock. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't have predicted that. Yeah. That's actually, I mean, yeah, that's not necessarily. Not gonna give up, but it definitely, it's probably max defense. This isn't gonna do anything. Shit. Okay. Well, that's useful data for later. Psyshock. that's a big fucking side shot there. I wish I hit him at least once. If I could have psychic voiced him at least once, we had a shot here. 58% is good. 58% is good. That's a lot. So let's try. I gotta do my best here. Fuck. Boy, lost. I can hope for a shot of all chaos. I doubt it though. Yeah. Huh? We got roasted in this one. What's funny is that technically Guard could win if it wasn't for Manaphy. But Manaphy literally just comes in. So, I don't know why he never healed his Clef. Yeah, there's no way we could. This is actually a fairly easy win in my head, like just on paper. But that side shot made a big difference. Yeah, the crit plus the side shot. Because if he didn't crit me, we'd have played it a little differently. I don't know why he went Roaring Moon. Because if he touches us and why would he do that? It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter what he does. Oh yes, okay. Taunt. I'm glad he revealed that because I didn't know Taunt Roaring Moon was a possibility. We're gonna forfeit and review this real quick. This was a fairly simple one to review, primarily because I don't have any. There's nothing here that was like, oh my goodness, I don't know how. Literally, the turn defining moment was the Clefable. Yeah, that was really just it. They seem to have been max for death. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this. There was nothing that was like, oh, what could I have done? That missing piece of knowledge was crucial, and it cost us in that one. So moving forward, I have to account for Side Shot Clefable. In a case like that, so we're facing Stall. Okay, see what we got here. I like Prim in this for sure. I know Blissy's run Calm Mind as well, and a lot of those. Terra Ghost Prim looks really good. Terra Ghost Prim is probably the way. My Garg as well, for sure. Terra Fairy Guard probably 6-0s this guy, but with a combination of the flip. Terra Fairy Guard definitely could do it. It would really just be down to what if the Doza Terrors. Doza Terroring would really mess me up. So Zenta. I want rocks up. This is gonna be a very interesting game. I'm gonna learn a lot. I don't think we faced Stall since I came back. Kurum's purpose is nothing. I mean, Rolters. Zenta could sweep. The wheezing is just too big of a problem though. Marine is Queen. I want to see how he handles Rocks plus Garganical. What is his mode of operation? Kurum. I wanted the Kurum matchup early because Kurum is the only thing on the team that I can't beat. So this allows, if it's Scarf Kurum, he goes for Protect. Let's see if he's willing to risk me not being. Okay, so if he terrors the Kurum immediately, and he used Protect at his ground, so a lot of data. I can't go Garg. Zenta's defense doesn't matter because he has a Wheezing Galar. Freeze dries immediately. Fortunately, no freeze. As I'm staring down potentially Galarian Wheezing. I forced this out. I'm surprised Mola comes in. Wonder what body press directly. Oh, it does nothing. I know it's flip turning, so it doesn't make sense for me to sub down. Cure what? Oh, he's just going Cure to bait me to body press again. Okay. So he's gonna protect the Cure. Okay. Wheezing Galar. Let's see what it does. I know I'm not doing any kind of damage with body press. Just quad resist and it's a Wheezing Galar. Does he have Strange Steam? He has Sludge Bomb. So he doesn't have Strange Steam. That's useful data. And he doesn't have Recovery. Also useful data. Also useful data. So it's no Strange Steam is important. Oh, what? Oh no. What? Yo. I'm dead, bro. Like, my Garg is poisoned right now. What is going on? What am I seeing right before my face? Like, Garganical is... I have never seen a poison Garganical. I did not even consider that. I didn't notice the neutralize. Oh, that's a big poison. It's a big poison and it's not a big poison at the same time. So Mola comes in. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Iron Defense. Oh. So... my prim is looking good. I want rocks. Don't know what to expect from it. Okay. Flip turn, Blissey, Securum. Probably just freeze dries directly. So protect bulky Curum. Interesting. He's using up a lot of protects, which I don't mind. Iron Defense directly, what does he go for? Earth Power. That's a good Earth Power right there. I'll Body Press first. Iron Defense again, actually. Wheezing Galar. Sludge Bomb. It takes two. I'm gonna be doing what? Fucking. How was that? Plus, when I hit him the first time, what was that? I could sub here. But is it worth it? I was already boosted, right? Body press. Wastes, I was into defense rolls. Yeah, I never switched. I was at +3 when I was doing 16 at +3, so I'll be doing like 20%. This does not matter. I just want to make sure I get the safest possible switch into. Actually, this does matter. Dozo. I'll take Dozo. I want the Dozo damage. I'm gonna take the Dozo damage every day. Give me Blissey. I want my Tusk matchup. There we go. Give me Corby. Question is, what do you do when they come for you? Blissey is at Dark Beam Poison blew me. Yeah. So let's see what he's got. He has Calm Mind 2. Or +6. Because I can Liquid Voice. He has Shadow Ball. Okay. I did not expect Shadow Ball. Oh, that's not good. I did not expect Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball is not doing any damage, but still. Did not expect Shadow Ball. I expected him to just have... Okay. So this might be okay. Substitute here. Because I could get a crit. He can't heal. Draining kiss. Let's see how it's just doing. I get 10% back for his 7. Dude. I'm mind again. See how it's just doing. Send. Fuck. That ball probably breaks up. That ball combine, soft boil, maybe seismic toss? Gotta time this right. Every bit of health matters. 8%. Got a ball doing. Well, let's find out. I guess probably 25%. Not bad. That was I shot a ball was doing. Shadow ball didn't break my sub actually. I just won. No, this is +1. Never mind. I was like, why does that do so little? Shadow ball had a really low chance to break my sub. He needed like a max roll every turn. Wow. Ladder lessons, as they call them. Ladder lessons. I gotta pay my dues. So that's useful. What did I learn there? Actually, what did we learn? Combine, Blissey, potentially run Shadow Ball. There's Sub Protect, Terror Ground, Cure, Wheezing, Neutralizing Gas versus Guard. Watch out for that. Defog, Porg, Neutralizing, plus Zenta does nothing robotic person. And it's not shocking. And Primarina can destroy those kinds of teams. Good to know. Good to know. Grateful for every lesson. On the one turn he could crit, but it is what it is. Very Primarina-able team. Actually, non-Terra Prim is deadly. I can get rid of his Miascarada early. In fact, I don't even need to. I just need to sub up and Prim does it in. So I actually just need to beat down on his this thing early. So Moltres' core purpose to shut down this. Primarily, it doesn't really do much else. Tinkaton to it else with it. So was into upon Iron Defensing. He's absolutely useless because of his Skeledirge and his Dragapult. So not gonna really double down on that. But if Primarina opens up the way, then maybe. Garganical is amazing, but not amazing at the same time. And then Great Tusk, actually really good offensively. Airpult's really good offensively. It's really just a matter of what that Tornadus is. If it's AV, if it's not, all that good shit. Yeah, I want to do. Prim is deadly. What can he guard against? Primarina. Dragapult to a lesser extent. What can I say? I want rocks. Lowering of the Miascarada. My worst case scenario is actually staring down Surprised to see Tinkaton here. I don't see an item on it. Means it could be not balloon. Actually really glad to see Tinkaton. I didn't, meaning I actually wanted Terra Steel. Interesting. Surprised he Terra'd already. Can't Gigaton Ammo again. Scarlet comes in, which is surprising. He can't. Hazard removed. Please burn this shit. If there was one burn I wanted, it was that one. If there was one burn I wanted, it was that one. Tinkaton is walled. Tinkaton is his rocker too. Torn, Scarlet, Keldy. Keldy is no big deal. It's important to. Are you fucking serious? You were gonna. I should have U-turned there. Actually, misclicked, but dude spiked, and he's not protein. Oh my god, he tried to sack his mirror scroll. I know he's 6 low ladder, but still, like that's frustrating. Surprised he went. Oh, I'm not sure what to expect from this. I just roost. Roost. Okay. I'm not even sure what set that is. Guard. What does he do here? What is he doing? What is he going to do? Okay. So no, actually I'll body first. Goes Dirge. Dirge is a weird play. Iron Defense into Soul Cure. Because he torch songs, but it's not doing. Oh, what? What's happening, man? But if he gives me Dirge, he opens up my Zenta. Especially with such a weird fucking Pult set. Okay. Probably gonna get Shadow Ball there. It's a bitch. Main charge. What is happening, my friend? So this Dirge, I'll U-turn. Shadow Ball is gonna hurt, but the pain of beauty. He's already Terra'd, so can't guard against Shadow Ball anymore. Tinkaton is the counter now. This shit gets Shadow Sucker Punch. Choice Scarf. My Dragapult was actually really good. Choice Scarf, Tinkaton. This might be a good thing. Might be a good substitute here. Can't use that twice. That's why I thought that was such a weird decision. Training Kiss. Yeah. The Scarlet. Let me focus before this shit gives me trouble. I'm getting rid of my Dirge for Marina matchup. Torch on Flame Charge up here. Not sure why he torch on. Can't even call mine. I actually lost a lot of health to this. But it opens up my Zemta potentially. This torch song did a lot to me. 24. Good god, my Primarina is almost dead. What is this gonna do? Get this do Tumultuous. Stealth Rocks. Your Choice Scarf Stealth? Guessing Keldy is coming in. Man. Yeah. It's Choice Scarf Keldeo. I mean, yeah, Choice Scarf. This dude's weird team actually is really like, what? Oh boy. This dude's gimmicky stuff is really actually causing me a problem. Fucking Choice Scarf. And the Skeledirge is faster than my Primarina, which was, I guess that's not that out of the norm. But I mean, his plays are making sense. And plays are paying off, I should say. Making sense might be strong. My issue is that my Garg wins, potentially, but I need to spin. And I just don't see myself spinning with Dragapult alive. So let's say I go Zenta here. Zenta wins too, though. I gotta go Zenta, though. It could be double Scarf. Could be double Scarf. I don't think Keldeo gets Scald anymore, so I don't have to worry about it. I just can't risk him being Scarf and using something like Hydro Pump. As he goes Torn in his fucking rocket. Bruh. And I know he has that one move that drops speed. So if I were to Terra Fire, it wouldn't even help me. But I have to. Miss. Icy Wind. Okay. Knock off. It just depends on what his moveset is. That's a big miss. 35%? The first one did fucking 25. I was +3. Oh, that's a huge miss. It doesn't make a fucking difference. The Dragapult. The one Infiltrator. Damn. Oh, he subbed. Is he not Infiltrator? He has to be Infiltrator. What else would he be? I don't think the sub made a difference there, but I guess it makes a difference if you're can you disable through sub? Oh, you can. Oh shoot. Oh man, I just got clapped by this pulp. This is one of the most dastardly losses I've ever taken. Like, oh, he's Infiltrator. What is he doing? Just by how I lost this. Like, dude had the most ratchet sets of all time. Like, and they worked. They worked. Bro had the most ratchet sets of all time. And the surprise factor worked. Oh, is there anything that I could have done? It doesn't really matter. I can't think of anything I would have done differently there. There are a lot of little things that shifted that game. The Stealth Rock Choice Scarf Tinkaton with Terra Steel. Remove my Pult, which put him in this game. The Rocky Helmet Bleakwind, like that is literally a team that was just the knockoff Meowscarada stayed in. Like so many little things made what looked like a really easy game a loss. And you're gonna lose those. So the past, I lost 3 in a row. One was to Psyshock Clef. So we were right at the brink of 1800, which I thought was gonna be a pretty easy clean. But this is a really good example of how things go. Usually right here people lose their cool and blah blah blah. Because every game I lost was winnable. Right, and so we lost about 70 points just now, I believe, give or take. So here, usually I'd recommend taking a break, coming back. I'm not tilted or anything, so it's whatever to me, because I'm really just doing this to get the training. But see what I'm talking about? The more of these, we were winning straight up to the point where we were right sub 1800, and then the stall team wasn't really surprise factor. He just got lucky and crit. What are you gonna do? But the first one with the Psyshock Clef and the guy just now with all that stuff were cases where there is no predicting that. Just gonna have to take it as it comes. And yeah, you take those losses and like, okay, well, you got me with his stuff today. And that's a situation where that team would never work twice. And that's something you know, okay, well, all right, well, I got that in my bag. But yeah, maybe just take the lesson and move into the next one. Nothing on this team that we haven't faced before. Moltres is key for 1, 2, 3. Holt, Garg. Iron Defense Garg is really good. Zamazenta is good, particularly Terrafire. Primarina is immaculate, particularly Terra Ghost. More Terra Ghost than anything else. Honestly, I'm just wary of a potential physical Dragapult or a, choice specs infiltrator Dragapult. And so we have to be wary of that. My Dragapult is solid, but it's really just spamming Draco meters and getting that correct. Moltres is shut down by Garg. So yeah, Zamazenta is good. It's just I need his Dragapult gone. So what can't we guard against? Let's go back to the basics here. What can he guard against offensively? If I were to Primarina, Zamazenta, potentially Garg. Tusk not so much. Holt not so much, right? So I'd say the number one would be Zenta. It's the least volatile. What can I guard against? I have an answer for Rillaboom, Corviknight, Slowking potentially, Garg potentially. Really the biggest problem would be the wildcard Dragapult depending on the sets on that. So Stealth Rocks are going to be very important to me. But the wildcard mod is definitely going to be like on lead, take the most value off jump would be Dragapult. So we want to make sure that that does not have its way. Happy to trade Salt Cures here with his Garganical. So this is an interesting turn because we're going to get trade Body Press into Salt Cure. Oh, okay. This is what? Okay, Rocks plus so Chilly Reception. All right, let's see what you got. So Iron Defense here, Future Sights. Okay. The reason that gave me a lot of data that turn. I'm getting to the point where I can know enough to where I have data, which is good to know. So Chilly Reception, Future Sight, and back to Garganical you go. So I'm guessing he's gonna Terrestrialize here. Dragapult, but Future Sight does nothing. I could Terra this. I mean, why would you reposition in a Dragapult? So if it's Choice Specs Dragapult, I can't risk losing my Garg here. So my objective best play is Primarina. Even though I don't like going Primarina to switch in on things, if he were to Specs Draco, my Garg would die, and I'm like, why would you go Garganical? So this is an interesting turn, right? Because he's shown Future Sight, he's shown Chilly Reception. So I could kill his Dragapult here, but it's not time yet. So what we're gonna end up doing is reposition into Great Tusk. Stealth Rocks is a very big deal for us, particularly because of his Dragapult, and he just goes hard pull. So be it, brother. So be it. Now he can Shadow Ball potentially, but I mean, I really want an Ice Spinner here. My Tusk is really important, but if he Dracos, I'm done for. But I know his Shadow Ball won't knock me out. What's the objective best play? We can't go Moltres. If I were to Terra Steel Ice Spinner, if he were to Draco Meteor here, he's too healthy. I'd kill his Dragapult though, but the issue is that my he'd have Terrestrialization left, and my Garg would can't kill Slowking yet, which I need gone for my. I guess I don't need gone for Gargana. Primarina is too important, and Shadow Ball is too likely. If I were to go Garg any Draco Meteors, it wouldn't be a good trade. Moltres is the only mid-ground mon I have that could take a hit. I'm gonna actually Moltres here. Shadow Ball. Yeah. Moltres is the only mid-ground mon I got. The Garg can eat this. Fortunately, thankfully no drop. Now I have to maneuver to get my Moltres back to full, which shouldn't be too problematic. But I needed to make that mid-ground play. Moltres gets back to full on Rillaboom might be knocked. I'm seeing them run that now. Oh shoot. Just abandoned knockoff. So he's willing to risk the burn. This is too important though. And he went hard Dragapult on my Great Tusk. It's crazy. But Rapid Spin here. Oh, he's a 1600 player. He doesn't understand risk versus reward. He's just predicting. What am I doing? So everything grassy terrain up. If I let him Draco, Draco's here, but that's okay. Shadow Ball. I'll take that. I'll take it. I don't love it. Vulcan Galar. I could have won this game so many times. But okay, I need to make my objective best play though. So Slowking obviously would die. Okay, so somebody has to take this future side, so be it. I guess the defog. Got the defog off. Corviknight, I gotta heal. Rising went guard. It's not. What's the stealth rock? Yeah, headlong rush directly. I know he's gonna leave the Gargan, but that's not really the point. Okay, I headlong rush again. That shit did nothing. Headlong rush doesn't matter. I knew he'd go pull. It's such a stupid play. It's such a bad play. But he does it. I know he doesn't understand the risk versus reward. And so he's just doing what comes to gut. Just need the Slowking gone. If I get Slowking gone, I can Iron Defense sweep. Okay. Shadow Ball. Man, I could have won this game 10 times over. But I have to make my objective best play. I can't lean too, because if I go for let's say I Ice Spinner into Corviknight, it's too high of a risk. I know that's not, I can tell by how he's playing he doesn't understand that, because he's tried to throw this Dragapult away so many times when objectively is not the best play. He's just trying to predict. I could kill it. Slowking is just gonna give me so much trouble after that though. And Rillaboom. So if I go Primarine, I go Guard and I Iron Defense here, what can he do? I saw Cure directly into Slowking. Slowking future sights. Oh, it should have reception directly. I'm surprised by that. I'm staring at Rillaboom. I have to heal off the Rillaboom. It's what hammer. Gonna hurt. Is it worth tearing? If the Rillaboom goes, I probably should have. If the Rillaboom goes over here. Oh, he fucking Terragrassed. Oh man. Yeah. It's not over, but it's not looking good either. He sacks guard. Oh, look at his team in flamethrower with Gargon. Oh my god, bro. Like, this game is just this live is just not fucking with me today. Okay. So the ladder is like, jam, you should have chilled and left. Oh my god, bro. That's ultra frustrating. That's beyond frustrating. I haven't lost. I'm still gonna play it through. Especially since he just stayed in, so it didn't end up making much of a difference. Why would you risk the speed tie? You see what I'm talking about? When I told you that he wasn't thinking? I can tell when somebody isn't thinking. Why would you ever do that? What the fuck are you doing? Like, what? Why would you ever risk that speed tie there? Like, now I'm pissed. Like, just on principle, bro. Like, they're just objective plays that just should never be made. And so now my prim is looking very deadly. Especially because I get to rapid spin on probably Corvi. So no more rocks. Somebody has to take this future side. It won't be. Bolt makes sense to take it. Not a ball. And flamethrower spam. Bolt makes sense to take. Zenta beats King Gambit. He's already terrored. Slow King is at 100%. What's my bet here? I play here. Marina is mid-ish, but that's a wild play. What do I need this for? I need this to bait back and hit. And it's good versus Slow King. I don't need Prim to be at full. Because I figured he would. Yeah. Psychic noise means a substitute here. I could Carmine Terra. Do I need my Terra on my... If I Carmine Terra, you can't break the sub. Yeah. Future sighted, okay. Can't go through the sub. I just see him again here. Underwave. Okay. I don't even know if future sight would even break the sub here. He has chilly reception, so there's no point. If it does break the sub, I'm gonna be pissed. Because that gives him a free gambit. I think it should work to where... Yeah, the sub doesn't get broken. I was gonna say. So he's psychic noise here for maximal damage. He won't knock him out, but that's okay. I don't need it to. Zenta... T-wave the reception. That's perfect. So Zenta claps. And I get a free setup again. And now he has nothing to take the shot at ball, which is most important. So I probably sucker punches again here. Kowtows. Okay. Oh, do I keep the tusk? Yeah, let's just keep the tusk. Sub here is objectively the best play. Yep. Crunch twice. Oh, that did more than I expected. Yeah, that's perfect. I don't think Corvi can break my sub. Chilly reception. Don't think Corvi could even break my sub. I don't want to take the future sight. I want to risk that. Defog, what could he have? Brave Bird. It's just hard switch out. Defog. Okay. They defogged. Oh, wait, some is Zenta and Iron Defense. Or do I go Dragapult and Shadow Ball? Go to Zenta and Iron Defense. Actually, I just substitute. I don't even need Iron Defense. You might have Raber, I doubt it though. Iron Defense. So we're having an Iron Defense off. Which is fine. I'll just get my health back and then just switch out to my pole. he has pressure, so he has the edge. But he only has body press. So I can just get a free switch back to go to full. Yeah. And just KO mine with bolt. Who's gonna die? It doesn't have U-turn on this. I don't know why I thought you had U-turn. Vulcan dies, which means my Zenta just auto wins. Every time, because Gambit coming in, Iron hits. But Zenta gets back to full on Corby. Oh, he stays in. Go for the hacks. I respect it. Just forfeits there. We didn't lose, but when I saw the Garg, when he went to Dragapult, like bro was on a mission to sack that Dragapult. Like, bro was on a mission. I'd have been so tight if he won the speed tie. Like, bro was on a mission to sack the Dragapult. And it's like, okay, bro, I'm really trying to lose to Zamazenta here. Can you help me out? And I'm like, bro, I'm trying, but you keep throwing it in when I'm not attacking. But no. But what did we learn here? Terra Grass, Rillaboom, Banded Woodhammer is a thing. Rocky Helmet, Defog, Corviknight. I mean, these aren't the best people to model like, but you want to learn from every battle. Joy Specs pulled. What was the Shadow Ball roll on Garganical? I believe 23 Specs pulled does 23 to Garg. I need to remember those calcs. Now I'm gonna take a sec. Been playing too long. 3.5 hours. But this is a good training session though. I'll pause. Trying to think, what did we learn from that one? What did we do well? What I really like how I did was didn't allow the frustration to allow me to lose track of the game plan. That's new. Another thing is when you have these training sessions, a lot of the benefits are gonna come usually like afterwards. So you're gonna have your brain take a break and then come back and play. So yeah, I'm gonna pause, eat something, and come back. Keep. And we are back. Let's hop in again. And really like this difference in how Mons is being played by me. I've grown a lot. There's no impatience. I guess because this process has occurred so many times and I've trained so many people on this. That is so predictable and formulaic that nothing means anything more than it does. And what that means is a win or loss, all data for the future. Until it hits this crux, which it usually does, and then it's like a snowball of wins. But yeah, enjoying myself. Zenta, Deadly, Goldango is the the key thing keeping everything together. Toxic Spikes are really destructive versus my type of team, so we don't want to deal with that. Upside is that Goldie seems to be his only hazard control. He has a random this thing, which is troublesome, but no deal. Archomp. I wouldn't be shocked to see this as like some Life Orb Draco Chomp. I think Umbreon still gets toxic, so Moltres is good for Dragonite. This even Chomp to a lesser extent. Zenta can sweep after these rocks go up. Primarina, early game Primarina can really ravage the opponent. That's why I'm gonna actually Pult. Garganical, Iron Defense, Collapse, and Goldango is just that pesky little thing that it is. So I actually did not game plan this. I should have. I'm not U-turning the Toxic Spikes, is too costly. I'd rather have the Umbreon versus my Tusk, so I can get. This thing gets toxic, so I don't know. Okay. Okay, so I get to hit the you know what I'm saying. And so it's better to, yeah, it's better to tusk into Umbreon here. This allows her to stealth rocks immediately. I'm surprised to see what's my play here? I could kill this and he'd get 1 layer T-Spike up. I kill this and he gets 1 layer T-Spike up. And that forces in the Golding or the Iron Moth. Let's do that. Earth Power perhaps, Mortal Spin. Okay. Golding up perhaps. A little frustrating. Actually, Wish. Interesting. I forgot that Mortal Spin removes hazards. It's actually a really good play on his end. If he goes to Prim, not Prim, if he went to Mortal Spinner there, it would have been pretty tough. Because I have no steel type, it's a little problematic. Primarina. Is it worth Primarina getting Mortal Spin? Spun. I'm gonna go to Primarina this turn, under the assumption that he's gonna wish this turn, yeah. And what this does is it allows for me to wish foul play, protect. What would the play here be? I mean, it would be crazy to go to the what's his face here. I just cannot risk a toxic. Toxic would. Does Umbreon get toxic? How do I find it out? Toxic. Umbreon. I guess I could just I could check 90 seconds. I think I saw it in Ranbats. It does get it, yeah. Okay, stays in. Oh, it's on the way. Okay, that's so good. I can Psychic Noise directly here. Should switch off this turn. If I start Calm Minding out too much and he wishes, it's a waste of time. Yeah, Psychic Noise is objectively the best play here. It covers for Glimora and it covers for Iron Moth. If I were to Calm Mind and he goes Glimora, actually, is it the objective best play? Yes, Protect as his last move most likely. If I Calm Mind, but I'm thinking about it. I'm like, what are his options here? If he sacks Glimora as I Psychic Noise, I'd prefer that. But I don't even think he can break myself out. He'll just get rid of the... I think Calm Mind's best. And I'll see what course of action he takes. So he does go Glimora, so Psychic Noise would have worked. But at the very least, I get rid of this. If he Mortal Spins, he gets rid of the hazard. So he did have Sludge Wave. This is very hard to revenge kill. You have to go to Iron Moth, and Iron Moth can't do it. And I'll definitely take his Iron Moth out. Would I take a Sludge Wave? So he goes Garchomp, which is interesting. I'm not sure what to expect from this. I'm just gonna Terra Electric, Terra Blast. What the hell? What could that even be for?
Corviknight, a scale shot for Corvi, draining kiss. So I forced a Terra. The EQ's here. He has to touch Dusk. Okay, very well then. So I get to keep hazards up. Which is a big deal. Let's see what the Goldengo set is. I know he's getting going. Probably, let me slow down and think this came through actually. Yeah. It looks like not Choice Scar. You can't switch out. He could go Moth, but Moth is non-factor. So my Zenta is looking good right now. Zenta really just calm minds. I mean, Iron Defenses and claps. So I go hard Garganical, Fiery Dance, no boost, which is great. You saw Cure directly. Yeah, and then Garg just claps here. He thinks that he's gotten away, but he's actually falling right in the palm of my hands. Yeah. Once that Iron Defense came up, his heart sunk. So if you notice the two core things that could threaten my Garg, the Goldengo and the Glamora. Now I will say, I could have been more aware of Garganical's potential. I didn't assess this game very good or very well. I could have assessed it better, but we're gonna focus on what we learned and what we did well. Okay. Moltres was key for Dragonite, maybe Garchomp as well, maybe Goldengo. I like that I scouted for Toxic, because in this situation a lot could have went poorly if I did not check for the status move and subbed with my Primarina. That would have been a huge problem. Me getting the sub up while the Umbreon was in, huge advantage. Dragapult leading with the Glamora, great play, because if that thing got T-spiked up, you can see how impactful Zamazenta and Primarina were in this game. One T-spike changes that entire dynamic. Now, what I could have looked at was that how problematic Garganical was once the Glamora died. What did I learn? I learned Terra Electric Garchomp exists. Thunder Wave Wish. I haven't seen a Sludge Wave Glamora in forever, so I didn't expect that. Crunch does about 47 to Goldengo. Let me see what kind of Goldengo that is. Zamazenta, OU Iron Defense. Offensive. Well, I did about 45, so no HP takes that. I wonder what he was. Yeah. With HP does. Actually, it might have been. It was close. Oh yeah, this game. I did. Punch. Iron Defense. Where was it? Ball play. I fucking crunches. Oh my god, Sludge Wave. Right, Jerry passed it like 100 times. There we go. 47. That was no HP. I think that was max roll, no HP. It was offensive Goldie. Oh, it wasn't max, but no HP. And it wasn't Scarf, which got confirmed. What else did we do well? I'm not gonna lie, I wish I was a bit more intentional about going into the Goldengo. I mean, removing the Goldengo for Garganical. Garg actually washed this guy's team and just didn't pay it enough attention. So that's something to take into consideration. Prim was good. I think I was just so over-indexed on Prim and Zenta that I didn't account for that. Because we actually used Zenta to lure out the
Polango once the Glamora died. And I really like making the double switch to Tusk there. Right? If the Glim stayed in, I guess he could have Mortal Spawn, which would have been pretty shit because of the poison my thing, but Tusk was just objectively, it covered most things. The Sludge Wave Glim and facing a lot of Meteor Beam ones in the lives as well, so that's the thing. And I also want to slow down because in that game I started to feel like I was going on autopilot. But this is a really interesting game. This is the guy we played earlier with the tricky team. So the beauty of this is that he got us last time with his trickery. And I said in that video, in this video, he has a type of team that banks on trickery that wouldn't work twice. So now I gotta put that to the test. Right? See if I put my foot in my mouth. But yeah, this should be a lot of fun. And Tornadoes, the Torn had Icy and Dragapult. I'm gonna try the Primarina sweep for sure. Zenta can't get past this Torn, so we're not gonna over-index on that. Garganical is key because the Skeledirge has Earth Power, so I have to be mindful of that. Skeledirge is fast. That's annoying. My Garganical is really good. Stealth Rocks plus Garganical is really, really good. And we've confirmed that. So Dragapult is blessed. Great Tusk is great here. It covers for both him going for Stealth Rock and him going for that Gigaton Hammer. Stealth Rock's objectively best here as we get to go. Now, with my Moltres' item intact, Stealth Rocks matter, but it's not the end of the world. I guess a crit there, which is a little annoying. My Polt's really difficult for him to switch into, so it'd be foolish for me to just be reckless about it. My Primarina is never gonna terrestrialize. My Zenta is never gonna terrestrialize. So my Garganical. My Garg worth terroring? Makes Torn a little more annoying. But I don't want this. I want to see what this Keldeo's item is here. This dude never did anything with the Keldeo, so I don't trust it. If he's like Specs Pump, that's gonna be a pain. But it's something that I can live with. Surf. It's Spec Surf. That looks modest. Shit. That did a ton to me. Good God. I think that's modest. Primarina makes sense, but it's not time for it yet. I gotta go Pult and take like half. Shit. Alright. Let's see. What is risking my Draco Meteor here? This dies. I think objectively my best play is to... My issue is that if I Draco Meteor and he goes Tinkaton, yeah, he does go Tinkaton. He's gonna double back to the fucking Keldeo. Is it worth it? Okay, actually I can just go Zamazenta. Zamazenta is a mid-ground. Thunderwave choice. Is this not Choice Scarf anymore? Why would you Thunderwave if you're expecting my fucking Tusk? Oh my god. This is such a crazy game. Unless he's changed the Thunderwave Stealth Rocks. His Keldeo is actually a massive problem to me. So unless he changed the team.
I gotta be mindful of this. He's doing his big thing right now, and it's causing me a lot of problems. But my Garganical is really problematic. For example, your Skeledirge Torn is fine. Skeledirge Torn. Trace. He really went kill. Oh my god. If I body press the R2, it killed the Keldeo. My god. Yeah, well, it worked for him, right? What can I say? Thunderwave fucking. I can't lose Moltres. Okay. Sacred Sword. Why would you even. For what? Why would you even Sacred Sword your specs? I can Garg now. I don't know why he did that. Let me think. Moldy makes the most sense. Terra. So he Terras. I don't know why he Terra'd. Why he Sacred Sworded? Now Garg can come in and eat. Don't want Pull taking fucking rocks. Bolt makes the most sense, obviously. He goes to his Bolt, so he's willing to play speed tie games. I don't want to risk it. I'll go to my Garganical. Unless he's looking to double. He's definitely the type to risk. It's not even a risk here. Like I'll kill him. So this is a troublesome. Okay, so Meowscarada. Oh, perfect. I knew he'd spike. Knew he would spike. Meowscarada getting rid of my rocks is annoying. It's the flower trick, of course. That's what the fucking move does. Yeah, it's annoying. It gives a Meowscarada, which means he's gonna keep the Bolt in at all costs. My Bolt is not outside of range. So if I were to go Tusk, he'd go Keldeo, then I'd sub Keldeo. I can't do anything about the Keldeo, so. My Moltres isn't bad, just not great. So Keldeo comes in. Give up Zenta here as he surfs. And now it's Primarina. Question is, what does he go to? Skeledirge. I didn't think he'd dirge. But I've confirmed I can calm mind up on the dirge. Alright, this is fucking unaware. I'm tripping. Oh, I made a mistake. I forgot this was unaware. I fucking made a big mistake there. Bro beat me fair and square. Twice. Bravo. The Keldeo is a huge threat to me. Bravo. What? I didn't account for how problematic Specs Keldeo was. It did way more to me than I thought. So what I needed to do was destroy him. Like his Keldeo is a huge problem to me. I haven't had trouble with a Keldeo for I'm actually really happy with the outcome of this game. This was such a what felt like a winnable game. Oh, and I died. Yeah, bravo, bro. I was outplayed there. I was outplayed. Oh, that game got me hyped because I can't believe it's been a while since I just lost because I just didn't play effectively. Like where it's just like no questions asked. And because those games are so rare, I can account back and go, okay. Because in the first game, I'm like, the Keldeo never did anything, so I never found out what the set was. And so I'm like, yeah, I got this. Man, that damn Keldeo, and something I didn't account for was the unaware, so I let the Skeletor do more to me than I thought it would do, and I allowed him to get up to me. I made a lot of mistakes there, but more so the Keldeo. I let the Keldeo do way too much. Very crafty team and well-earned victory there. Can't see this guy's points. Why is that? Anyway, it's an interesting situation. Deoxys. He has a Samurai, so this might not even be lead Deoxys, might just see. This is a case where my Primarina can go crazy early. Moltres is for 1, 2. Gargus for these two, maybe. Zamazenta can clap. Just need certain conditions met. So Samurai's definitely what we want to see. If he mindless edges, I'm gonna put him in a bind unless this learns Encore or something. So he crits me there, which is a fucking pain in the ass, but okay. So he's Swords Dance. I've never seen that. It's a little annoying because he's gonna take a lot of, I'm gonna take a lot of damage, but it's hard for him to revenge kill me. I don't think Moth KOs me, so that's useful. Swords Dance, huh? Interesting. But he's opting for Gambino, which is fine because that just gives that invalidates these hazards you worked so hard for. Ironhead. So let's see. I got rid of Samurai, which is 1 dark type down. The Dragapult Shadow Ball goes crazy right now. This Gambit is a non-factor because of my Moltres and my Zamazenta. So it's the best Terra Ghost. Okay. So we forced the Terra and we found out it's Terra Ghost. Alright then, very well. Rocks go a long way for me. So he really wants to keep the spikes to where he felt it was worth Terra Ghosting. Fair enough. Maybe Garg wasn't the play here, actually. Doesn't get a boost, which is great. I think Iron Defense and Sweep here. No, he's... Wait, what? Did the... No, Moth came in as I used rocks, right? Yeah, okay. I'll say that Moth didn't... Assault Cure... Terra Ghost. I guess the Gambit is a pain, so... But right now, my Zenta is looking great. What to expect from this? This knows rocks, and these run max speed from what we've seen. I want to keep the Moltres. I don't want to risk this having Stone Edge. I Shadow Ball destroy everything on his team. I've seen some of these have soft stand as well. I don't see leftovers. So I'm gonna terrestrialize my Garg actually and see what this Lando is gonna do. And I can Salt Cure spam. Okay, so he's Earth Power spam. So he may U-turn here. Oh yes, taunt. Okay. Very well then. Interesting. Okay. That might be a problem. Taunt, Earth Power. Maybe U-turn. Could be Stone Edge, I suppose. If it's U-turn, what if it is Stone Edge? U-turn's really good for me here. I'm gonna risk it. It's taunt. Okay, that's great for us. So, Primarina might be useful for the Deoxys. If I go Prim. Oh, I lost Rocky Helmet. That actually wasn't worth it. No, I'll go Tusk. Tusk lures out Deoxys or Iron Moth. Kinda want the Deoxys matchup. Don't know what to expect from Deoxys. Iron Moth has to take rocks, which will make +2 Zen to kill. Oh, he's 1950. Okay. I was wondering why can't I see his points? But I have to see. I just don't know. I know the Deoxys isn't hazard, so it's probably plot or orb. So Iron Moth to be expected. If I were to you were to fiery dance here, I'd be cooked, literally. Dragapult. Psychic. Okay. Interesting. Was it worth bolting? Might have been. No. I think it made a difference. I'm at 32%. Draco with cover for every option, I think. I think I just lost. Fucking great. Your boy can't catch a break today, huh? KOing means Deoxys can't come and has to attack into my Dragapult, and Gouging Fire can't set up because I'm a Zenta collapse. Bruh. Give me a fucking break, man. I gotta hope for fucking luck now. And that's so frustrating, dude. That is insanely frustrating. That's so fucking frustrating, man. Oh well. Look at that. It is what it is. It's not over technically, but just 2 mons down for what? You know what I mean? Now he gets the free setup. He outrages. I don't know why he just outraged. He actually potentially just threw. Why did he outrage? So I have 2 options here. I could go Garg and I could go Garg and Iron Defense. The issue is this fucking Gambit. But that might work. That might work. Cover, Iron Defense. I think he has to use it one more time. I don't remember how this works. Maybe I should Iron Defense first. Okay, no, it's fine. Iron Defense again. It'll be close. He's hacks fishing. Yeah. And I recover spam. Let's see how much Deoxys takes. Because Gambit has to falling for Iron Head will do a number to me. It's just a matter of what. Oh, that's leftovers though. This leftover is probably slower than my Primarina. Sword Zans. Question is, do you Sucker Punch or do you predict me to Stealth Rock? I think I Headlong Rush here. That was a wild play right there. That was a wild play. He has the Psycho Boost, which is great for us. If I had long rush there, I won the game. That was a crazy play. I don't think that was objectively the best play either way. I'm trying to think, what do I want to do here? If I prim and I substitute, because Gambit's Iron Head won't knock out. So if I go Garganical, he's just going to, let me think. If I go Garganical first, I Iron Defense. If I go Garg first, I Iron Defense. If I go Prim first, I Calm Mind, he goes neutral. I could see a case for him going hard Gambit. Oh yeah, that's a big miss. That's a huge miss. That's a really, really big miss. That's fucking helps me a lot with the damn like a boost, a sub. It helps me a ton with knockoff. With my 66%. I go guard and Iron Defense. A nasty pot and do Psycho Boost damage, that won't make a difference. %. I think it's just gonna come down to whether or not the Gambit is faster than my guard or is strong enough to take on my guard. So we're in a Psychic Noise here. Strong enough to KO my Garg. After hazards for sure. Yeah, after hazards for sure. Oh, that was such an easy win. Okay. 4 hours. I think that's about where we're gonna leave here. That was a good training. At this point. But that one loss, I think that was a really good loss to take. Was the one that would have just brought up our like 1750 Gragas, 30 points. That wasn't that much. I am surprised by how people are playing though. For example, this game, I could have won this game like a couple different times. I don't think the opponent played very well in this one. The Draco miss, given he was Terra Ghost, without the Draco miss, my Zenta would still be alive. My Moltres wouldn't have taken any, like there are so many things that wouldn't have been the case. And then I think he had so many options to make this not even losable. And he managed to make it come down to what it came down to. And if I headlong rush directly into his Deoxys, like I was thinking, I almost won the game outright. So just so many things here that I think were, but you know, Terra Ghost, Gambit, something I have to be mindful of, and all of that. But yeah, I'm gonna call it that for today. Hope y'all enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.